And sincere apologies for us starting behind schedule. Really apologize for that. Once again, we say welcome to the Executive Talk Show. And I want to believe that we are all glad to be here. Yeah. So before we start, we'd like to open with a short prayer. So let us pray. Our Father who art in heaven, we give you all the glory, honor, and adoration for your good and mercy and yours forever in our life. We thank you for making it possible for us to be here at this present moment, in and hearty. We thank you for granting us a joy in mercy. We thank you for also giving us the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding for us to also prepare our mind to be here. Mighty God, we say thank you. We pray you accept our thanks and praises in Jesus' name. Oh Lord, as we are about to start, we believe that you're the Alpha and the Omega. We want you to start with us and also end with us. And let the purpose of this program be achieved. And at the end of everything, let us have the full cause to glorify your holy name. We pray that you should grant every one of us the wisdom also to understand everything that we shall be learning today and also apply it in our daily life. But I would pray that you should help us, and at the end of the day, let us have cause to glorify your name. This is the measure of our request, for we pray in Jesus' name. Just have our seats, please. Thank you. So, I have the opening remark by the CEO. A round of applause, please.
Is a concept that we plan to use to resonate the corporate industry. The fundamental of the term, the mindset and best practice of an excellent CEO, it's something that has resonated the corporate industry for a long time. Looking at the measurement of what the top ranking CEOs in Nigeria tend to, achieve and also tend to showcase to upcoming entrepreneurs. However, for Emages Multimedia, we decided to take the bull by the horn. We decided to bring something quite new. And of course, this talk show is going to help us to bring a more focused insight on who an excellent CEO is in Nigeria. And we believe that we cannot do it alone, and that's the reason why we have reached out to people you can call influencers of the corporate industry, people that makes business organization stand on their toes, right? We actually reached out to speakers that understand what it takes to be an excellent CEO, top executives that tend to work with who an excellent CEO should be. And I want to believe that at the end of this program, at the end of this talk show, we're not just going to understand what it takes to manage an organization. We are also going to understand what it requires to manage people in the corporate space. At this junction, I would like to open this talk show, and I believe at the end of it all, we are going to go home with something that will inspire us and something that will help us start a new journey in our career path. Thank you so much.
Olusoji Oyawoye is the co-founder, MD, CEO of Resource Intermediaries Limited, a Nigeria co-founder and MD, CEO of leading HR outsourcing organization, a life and business coach. He has authored 7 books on relationships, entrepreneurship, personal branding, finding one's purpose in life and leadership. He is married to Olabisi and they have 2 wonderful millennial children. Kindly join us as we welcome Olusoji Oyawoye to the high table.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you.
A round of applause.
Welcome, Olusoji.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Yeah, the next person we have on the seat is Ochuku Agri, the team lead Wolf Consulting. A round of applause before we invite.
Ochuko Agre, team lead Wolf Consulting. Ochuko Agre is a corporate trainer with 20 years of experience, a certified change management expert, a project management professional, and a certified life coach. He has spoken at various seminars and workshops on marketing, sales management, self-development, and vision-oriented issues. He has facilitated training programs for various public and private sector organizations, including MTN, NNPC, CBN, FCMB, British High Commission, British Deputy High Commission, and more. He also trained over 5,000 graduates in Lagos on how to build their businesses and sustain their businesses through innovative selling methods. He led the team that helped in facilitating a set of strategic development programs for various organizations and created a program on self-management for members of the Nigerian Armed Forces. During the pandemic, he delivered training interventions on innovation management for the Ministry of Health. He worked with Tenet Nigeria Limited, GTB, and IGU 8 Consulting before starting his firm, Wolf Consulting, in 2007. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we welcome Ochuko Agri to the high table.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause to our speaker. You can see that we have our potential and powerful speakers here.
All right, thank you, Ochuko, and welcome to the Executive Talk Show.
So we also have David Lanre Messon, the co-founder and CEO of First Founder. A round of applause, please.
David Lanre Messon is the co-founder and CEO of First Founders. David Lanre Messon, popularly known as DLM, is a seasoned startup builder and investor leading First Founders. Is to propel 1,000 African tech founders to global startup success by 2032. He's empowered 65 plus tech startups in Africa, securing about $3 million for their growth. With a background aiding 200 plus SMEs, he's raised over $10 million in grants and equity. Recognized as a top CEO in Nigeria, a senator of the World Business Angels Investment Forum, and a James Corey Scholar from the University of Oxford. DLM's education spans Harvard Business School, among others. He's strategic in geopolitics and has authored spells and spectacles. DLM's interest extends to skydiving, diving, biking, music, and business literature. He is an influential force in Africa tech, fostering innovation and growth. Please join us as we welcome DLM to the high table.
A round of applause. Let's put our hands together for David Lanre Messon.
Thank you, and welcome on board, David Lanre Messon.
So we have Pascal Dike, the MD, CEO of Dega Multi-Concept and Excel 360 Plus. Let's put our hands together, please.
Pascal Dike, the MD, CEO of Dega Multi-Concept and Excel 360 Plus. Pascal Dike, MSc, MITD, AMBP holder, a dedicated professional with expertise in entertainment, learning and development, fire safety, and security systems. He made history by becoming the first Nigeria JCI president in 2016, advocating action through the Just Act philosophy and leading the impactful Peace is Possible campaign across 70 plus countries. Pascal Dike holds significant roles, including Principal CEO of Dega Multi-Concept Limited, CEO of Excel 360 Plus, and COO of Green Edge International Limited. He's affiliated with Nigerian Institute of Training and Development, NITAD, and Fire Protection Association of Nigeria, FPAN, and is certified in coaching, leadership, and public speaking. As a UN Polang ambassador for peace, he aims to empower global youth, exemplifying transformative leadership. Pascal's journey in JCI spans from joining the University of Uyo chapter in 1997 to becoming JCI immediate world president in 2017. His achievements within JCI reflect his dedication and impactful leadership. Please join us as
Let's
we welcome
put our hands together for Pascal Dike.
Dike.
You're welcome, sir. Let's put our hands together. So we have Patrick Umo Adiasong. I don't know if I'm right.
Yes.
A seasoned and HR consultant. Let's listen to the profile. Let's put our hands together, please.
Patrick Umo Adiasong, a seasoned HR consultant. Patrick is a seasoned leader in business transformation and HR, specializing in areas like talent management and organizational development. His expertise spans integrated talent management, HR analytics, and regulatory compliance. He holds an LLB in law and is pursuing an MNC in international human resource management from Grown Business School, alongside an executive MBA from Quantic School of Business. Patrick holds prestigious titles, including Senior Professional in Human Resource, SPHRI, and Chartered Human Resource Manager, CHRM. He is an associate member of the Certified Institute of Personnel Management Nigeria, CIPM, and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Nigeria, CIAN, and the Institute of Administrators and Researchers of Nigeria, IARN. With a broad industry background, Patrick leads human capital management at Mixta Africa PLC, a prominent real estate development company overseeing operations in multiple African countries, including Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, join us as we welcome Patrick Umo Adiasong.
Let us put our hands together for Patrick Umo Adiasong. You're welcome, sir.
Next on our list is Jide Adeyemi, Chief Brand Strategist, CEO of Big and Bold Communications. Jide Adeyemi boasts 18 years of marketing management expertise in West and Central Africa. His skill set covers brand strategy, integrated marketing communications, advertising, consumer insights, and more. Notably, he excels in brand activation, retail marketing, and digital marketing. Known as Sagacious, Jide is a passionate Nigerian brand strategist, facilitator, and avid traveler. A fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Brand Management, he's collaborated with global brands and marketing experts. His life philosophy centers on the transformative power of passion, active in professional bodies like APCON, NIPR, and NIMN. He's a true explorer at heart, with interests ranging from brand management and JCI to sports and entertainment. Jide Adeyemi's extensive career and fervor for excellence highlights his prowess as a brand strategist, as well as he's committed to creating impactful and enriching experiences. Jide Adeyemi, unfortunately, is not present, but we have a representative, Ibrahim, to sit for him this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, join us as we welcome Ibrahim to the high table.
Let's put our
Thank
hands
you.
together for Mr. Ibrahim to represent Mr. Jide Adeyemi. You're welcome, sir.
Ibrahim is the CEO, Plan B Group, for Plan B Group.
Round of applause again, please.
Welcome, Ibrahim. Welcome to the program. So we have Femi Olaojo, who is the head network IT procurement, Nine Mobile Nigeria. Femi Olaojo rapidly advanced from a sales officer to a higher ranks at an Ibadan Poly venture, standing out among peers. His dedication to marketing and sales, guided by his mother's values, led to his success as a market sales intelligence officer. Recognized for procurement expertise gained from his mother's business, he became a purchasing officer. Noteworthy achievements include managing procurement at Honeywell Fisheries and at Mexline Limited, including the subsidiaries. His telecom journey began in 2008 as a lead buyer at Nine Mobile, contributing to IT infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome Femi Olaojo
as we welcome Mr.
to the
Femi
high
Olaojo.
table. Welcome, Mr.
Welcome,
Femi.
sir.
Thank you. The next we are inviting to the high table is our chief host. She is the person of Vivian Adekaku. Please join us as we welcome her.
A round of
high
applause
table.
for Vivian Adekaku.
Thank you, Vivian. Welcome on board this.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are we happy to be here? So once again, I want to say a very big thank you to every one of the speakers here. It's an honor to be sitting before you. A big one for me, that I must say. Okay, so we'll start with the ground rules. So we have an exit on my immediate right. Turning back, you can walk straight down. The restroom is there. We also have water, sweets outside. We'll instruct the hostess to try to move that around. I want to advise us to put our phones on silent or vibration so we'll get less distractions as the program continues. Thank you very much. So can we have the interludes? Okay. Okay, so first on our agenda, we'll be having the first segment, which is the Executive Talk Show Insights. We'll be talking about the mindset and practices of executive excellent CEOs. Can I have another mic? Thank you very much. So we'll just take a quick round the speakers. I'll start with Larry. So this section, we'll just be talking about mindset and practices of excellent CEOs. So to you, what are the excellent practices of a CEO? What do you think that will be?
Okay, so excellent practices of a CEO. I think that the very first thing to consider as a CEO is to be visionary, because you can't particularly be a CEO who's going to lead an organization without a vision. Then you talk about visionary leadership in itself. Visionary leadership now enables you to drive people towards executing a corporate strategy, translating the vision into tangible elements.
Okay, to start with, nobody is born a CEO, because I'm sure most of us are going to say, of course you have to be visionary, and those are the things that we expect. I'm a corporate trainer, so a lot of my experience will come from there. There's a program I have called Developing Entrepreneurial Employees. It's a paradox in itself, because how can you be an entrepreneur and an employee at the same time? But the truth is, the skills you need to succeed as an employee are exactly what you need to succeed as an entrepreneur. So you must learn to take ownership. You must learn to deliver on promise. You must learn to make tough yes or no decisions. you must learn to take the job as your own. I mean, I see a lot of employees say things like, I can't kill myself, you know, it's not my father's business. But the truth is, if you learn to take it as your business, you are actually the CEO in the space where you are. So I have 3 HODs, and my job is just to manage the bottles of water in the office. And I am the CEO of managing the bottles of water while I'm under employment. So the skills I need to be effective, how well I manage the resources, how well I manage customers, internal and external, how well I manage my time, how well I manage my colleagues. They are the things that actually translate into when you become the entrepreneur, you become the CEO. So you build those skills from down. And truth is, they are all innate abilities. Because if you make me the cleaner of this place as an employee, I'm just thinking, I'm being visionary, like he said. And I'm thinking, how can I ensure that this place is always clean before a program, perhaps during a program, and after a program? How can I make sure that the place smells nice? How can I make sure that the ACs work? Now I'm not in charge of the ACs, I'm just the cleaner. But I know that all these other activities affect my work. So on my own, I make sure that everything that's going to make my work stand out, I do. And that's the way the CEO thinks. So he thinks of his people, he thinks of the economy, he thinks of how to get things right, not minding the resources he has available. Because CEO have their issues. You have undedicated employees and all of that. Okay, let me stop there.
Very interesting. So for me, that is thinking from bottom to up and up to down and acting in every sphere around your business. So, Patrick would not be now. Pascal, what's your take on having the mindset of an excellent CEO?
Okay, thank you very much. And again, it's good to be here with these wonderful people. And so first, I think it is important for us to understand first what the mindset is. Specifically, it's a mental attitude, right? A conceptualization. It has to do with your belief, right, on what's happening around you, understanding it, but also being able to have a pictorial, futuristic, right, idea of how to tackle it. That's mindset. But what is mindset without practice? And that's what we're talking about, mindset and practice of excellent CEOs. So you cannot talk about one in isolation. But let me cite some example. There's what I call the 4H, okay? Because I'm also into people development. And I tell people first, you must first of all have a conceptualization of what's happening. You need to think it starts from your head, right? And then the next thing, it goes to your heart, or if you like, the mind. It's being able to justify what is it that is happening and how you will be able to take care of it. So the first is understanding, and the second is justification. We're talking about mindset here. And then when you justify it, it's not enough. The next thing is for you to use your hand, which is the 3rd H, and which is practical, the action, the work practiced. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Very interesting. Wow. I'm really learning a lot from here. Okay, so this question goes to Plan B. I'm Ibrahim. So we don't know. He is the CEO of Plan B, but his nickname, we call him Plan B.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And it's good to be here. Like, it seems I'm the smallest, so I'm just here to, let's say I'm on IT. You know, you are the driver. You are the one taking people through a journey, and everybody needs to land safely. When you land safely is when the organization you are running is profitable at the end of the day. That is the bottom line. Then, like Pascal said, being visionary is not enough. You see, as a young CEO myself for about 15 years, different aspects of my businesses is being faced with different challenges that requires different mindsets from me. For example, there was a point that as a CEO, all I needed was an idea to be visionary. and it was good enough. It was enough to sustain the business. With just very few people, we could manage without even enough people management skill. Then again, when you are able to succeed as a visionary CEO, you have a very good idea. And being visionary is very common now, especially in this age of chat GPT. You can just put anything and it will give you a very beautiful idea. So you don't even know those who are visionary genuinely and those who are just relying on AI. Then that is where creativity and innovation comes in, and flexibility. If you are in some kinds of business in Nigeria and you have to especially rely on the fluctuating nature of our foreign exchange, you will know exactly what I mean by creativity, innovation, and flexibility. Just yesterday, Friday, I was at a program like this, and my intention was just to go home to go and rest. And at that program, something struck me, and I drove straight to the office, called a meeting, and I told my Oga when we were talking yesterday that we were supposed to be having the continuation of that meeting today. It's supposed to be an impromptu strategy session. Flexibility. When there are changes as a CEO, you should have a ready-made reaction to it. In fact, you don't wait for action to happen and then react. You need to be proactive. That is what it is. And then as a CEO, I think for me, the biggest mindset that I have been able to acquire in the last decade, managing different businesses, is the ability to live in the future when everybody is living in the present. It's beyond vision, it's beyond creativity, it's beyond innovation. It is just for you to sit down. If everybody is going this way, can we go this way and then create a story? I like, because I learned from people like Pascal and Ochuko. I'm also into learning and facilitation. So I just like to envision what every other person is not thinking about. And I think that is the most profitable mindset that a CEO can have. Then people's management, effective leadership, communication, and all that now come under, because everything is going to scatter at the end of the day if you don't have a 360-degree success mindset as a CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I got living in the future, so you have to think ahead. I know most of us here are either small business owners or we are thinking about starting a business. I hope you are taking down notes. And will I say we have some of our panelists agree to be mentors of some of the members here? I want to put them on the hot seat.
Have you asked if some of the members also need mentors?
So yeah, members, yeah, speakers, they need mentors. Those of us, we are still upcoming. I want to be like you. I want to be like you guys. So we also need mentors. So, Femi.
I think one of the very successful mindset that the CEO must have is you must have a mindset of a change agent. And as a change agent, it means that while you are the visionary and you set the strategy of what you want the business to achieve, you must live the life and an example to your followers. You cannot achieve it by yourself. You need resources. So a good CEO must be one that is able to identify the drivers of that change that helps to be able to fulfill the vision that you're pursuing. And one other very important element that I think that successful CEOs needs to have, which we're not saying a lot, which kills a lot of the businesses that we have in Nigeria, is that of succession planning. Now, you don't build the business around yourself. When you build the business around yourself, that business will die when the owner of the business dies. You build the business around processes. You instill processes in place that you build that culture in your people. But you show that example of that culture by the way that you interact with people in your organization from the top to the least. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is the cross-fertilization of ideas within your space. And you see, we take for granted the potentials that is available, even within the sphere of your stakeholder engagement. Now, those from the hierarchy, from your operations director to even the cleaners, they can give you a perspective to ideas that could help you to be able to, get your business, going in a direction that will beat your own imagination. So what I see mostly is that when you have a CEO, you see somebody that is like an all in all. Yes, he is an all in all. He is the visionary. He is the one that drives the strategy. But don't think that it ends with you. You must be able to be open. You must be able to be flexible. Like some people say, you must be able to see yourself as that, that driver of change. But don't stop with being the driver of change. Let others too have that same culture that you have. And then you will see that you will be a successful CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Femi. Olusoji, I'm sure you're wondering why you were the last. No, but not the least. Okay, let's hear you.
Yep, thank you very much. I've been CEO for 17 years now. That's after 19 years in the banking industry. And thank you. The last 7 years of the 19 years in the executive capacity. So, and I've done this at various levels. For me, first, when we say successful CEO mindset, the global statistics for a company that is truly, truly well run is for it to be around for 40 years. I'm sure if we're to look for Nigerian companies, possibly by the time we count up to 5, we'll be struggling to get up to 10 to find them. So this is a very lovely program that the Emages group have put together as it is, because it's not common, it's rare. There's that African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. That is his underlining summary for a successful CEO, which is not common. The typical attitude here is, I'm the owner, founder, so I have all the answers. Such businesses usually die certainly before 10 years, not to talk of 40. My own business is 17 plus years now, so we're getting there, and I'm already, face looks a little younger, but I'll be 60 next year, so already there's succession. The person who is taking over, we've known for 2 years. Things are put in place, because I also try to learn from the best and try to practice. Now, how do you achieve this? We currently have about 15,000 plus staff in Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana. And that's a company that started with 3 staff 17 years ago. How do you achieve this? Leadership, it is. So if you want to be a successful CEO, those technical skills are the least important. Well, people place emphasis on technical skills and capital. No, it's leadership, it's people management. Because that's when you can go with others. If you don't have leadership, you can't go with others. They'll just be with you until they find another job. This Jackpot syndrome, maybe I lost core staff out of about 138, maybe 2 or 3. And basically, as they moved on, they actually moved as ambassadors. They're bringing business to the business. So why don't they go? It's because I learned early. I'm mentored by one of the best leadership trainers, John C. Maxwell. So I pick some of these global best practices, then I adapt it to local environment. And it works. And it's not technical. I'm a third-class graduate, by the way. But you can Google me and find out what I'm able to achieve. And it's about people skills. It's about leadership, not technical skills. I run a HR outsourcing company, HR management company. I have no single certification in HR. All those SI, PM, CI, I have none. And yet I'm running a successful business in that industry. Why? Leadership is what the CEO needs. And leadership is influence, as John Maxwell says. So who do you influence? And you can't build influence without building relationships. Because nobody gives you their hand until you've gone through their heart to their head. That's the process. It's heart, head, and hand. But a typical CEO wants the hand of the staff to deliver without going through their hearts. So they just work for a salary. And I love what one of the speakers said earlier. When you have intrapreneurs, those are employees who work as if they own the business. It's only leadership that can get you to get them there. But then it's not just about building relationships and buying pizza and having TGIFs. They must see that you are good on execution, that this is what we said we'll do, and they say you do it, and they see the results. Everybody wants to be associated with success, right? So you buy the pizza, you do the TGIFs, you're approachable, the first name, but let there be results. There must be execution. Now, how do you move people to buy into your vision as a CEO? You must also be strong on communication. So when you really want to succeed, believe me, the technical skills are needed, capital is needed, but find someone to guide you, to mentor you on how to be a better people manager and to be a better communicator. Then you build the people, then they build the business. It's the other way around. But most people assume build the business, then the staff will stay. No, no. Build the people, then the people will build the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Build the people, then the people will build the business. Okay, so let's get a little bit personal before we get into the personal conversation. Patrick, you're the HR consultant, and so I'm sure you must have worked with quite a number of CEOs over time. What's your take on this?
Okay, so like you rightly said, I think I have the easiest job here, be that I'm not a CEO, but however, I've worked with several CEOs over the course of my career. So permit me to give more of an outside-in perspective compared to the inside-out perspective the rest of the speakers have given. I started off working with MSMEs, grew to SMEs. I've worked in, publicly quoted publicly listed companies, and I currently head the people management function for a group of companies across several industries. And there have been several common denominators amongst all the CEOs I've worked with, most of which the speakers have all elaborated on, and I'm not going to just re-echo all of what I won't just re-echo all of the powerful nuggets they've said, but I can say that the common denominators that I've noticed, just like Mr. Olusoji said, there's no CEO that I've worked with who was not had a very high emotional quotient. So the traditional intelligence, IQ, it's there, but it's not as important for a CEO as being high on emotional quotients. Without being very emotionally intelligent, it becomes difficult to manage people. I'm not saying this because I'm a people manager, but because the CEO wears so many hats. He deals with so many stakeholders. You have employees, you have many companies. The CEO is the face of the company, the brand of the company. So he deals with those external stakeholders. If the company has grown to a point where there's corporate governance in place, the CEO has to deal with the board. I remember the last AGM I attended, and my CEO said something to me just before the AGM began. He said, so I just wished him a good AGM. He said, "Oh, Patrick, thank you. I don't know if I'm coming out of this AGM with my job." And I was shocked to hear that, from CEO, and I thought about it. Oh, the lawyer in me. I said, yes, the AGM is where you can sack the CEO. So the CEO has so many stakeholders that he deals with. And for each stakeholder, he wears a different hat. He deals with the government. God forbid, if EFCC is coming after that company, who is the EFCC coming after? He's coming after the CEO. If the banks are coming after the company, if anyone is suing the company, if there's no director and officers liability insurance, guess who the person is coming after? The CEO. So it's safe to say that the CEO is the colleague without peer. He is the leader and he walks a lonely road. You can't walk that road if you are low on emotional intelligence. And I completely agree with Mr. Olusoji when he said people management is very key. I've worked in manufacturing, oil and gas, financial services. I currently work in an industry where it's a group of companies, so you have a group CEO into hospitality, financial services, real estate development, financial services. And guess what? The CEO is not a technical expert in any of these industries. The CEO yet has run this business very, very successfully. As a CEO, you are the chief people officer, you are the chief financial officer, you are the chief brand officer, you are the chief marketing officer, you are the, what is it? You are the chief security officer, you are the chief cleaning officer, you are everything. So it's a delicate balance, and you must be able to wear all those hats. And let me close with this. As a CEO, especially in Nigeria, you need grit. You need to have really, really tough skin to grow your business from start to where it is, where you want it to be. If you lack grit, especially in a country like Nigeria, as an employee, you think it's dog eat dog. Wait till you get up there. Maybe because heading the people management function, many times I've also served as the CEO's emotional punching bag sometimes. So, when the CEO is frustrated, especially with people, they take it out on me and it's fine. It comes with the job. No complaints, But one thing I can say that I've admired, amongst all the CEOs I've worked with, is that they have uncommon grit. And permit me to be practical. When I said it's a lonely road as a CEO, you are the boss, you are not their, you can be friendly, you are not their friend. Sometimes you make sacrifices. I've sat down with CEOs and we're discussing, we know the economy is these are trying times. And the CEO says, what do we do? And many times, I've had this conversation severally. You know the truth? I tell the CEO and I prepare their minds. Whatever you are doing for the people, they may sing your praises, but don't expect their gratitude to last. And the CEOs have to live. I'm not the CEO, but it's a reality they need to live with. They look at the numbers, they make sacrifices for the people. And at the end of the day, the gratitude doesn't last. People that they invested so much in, they walk away. As a CEO, you'll be served breakfast, lunch, dinner, and what's that meal in between? Midnight snack. You need emotional grit. You need mental grit. You need to be stubborn. The tax, there's so many things pulling you in so many directions, and especially doing business in Nigeria, you need that grit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Now, let's make the room relax a bit. Let's get into the personal story. So, Femi, can you just give us one or two strategies that has helped you to keep afloat up on this moment?
All right, thank you very much. Like you said, I think I'm not yet a CEO, but by the grace of God, God has used me to help some CEOs because I've dealt with, in the course of my career over the years, I've had to relate with CEOs in terms of, business transformation, to be part of the team, and had the opportunity to also travel to be part of a focus group, around the world. But so back to the question is that I'll give a story. So years ago, I was part of a group, strategic think tank, and then we went to Sri Lanka. And in that session, we had the group executive officers of great multinationals that were in that meeting, because in that meeting, that's where the procurement spend for the group, that is where it is derived. And so in one of those sessions, there was the vice president of Nokia that was in that meeting. And at that time, they were talking about how Nokia should be flexible. So that was the time when there was no dual SIM, right? So it was a Chinese company that started with the dual SIM. And I can never forget, I think I put it once in my profile, and I think just to share it with the people, is that, so when the Nokia team was challenged, and they said that, look, make phones that are affordable, bring flexibility to your phone, let there be a dual SIM. And then he said something. He said, look, we're a different organization. If you think that Nokia will do a dual SIM, say forget it. It's not going to happen. Where in terms of our market segmentation, this is what we are doing, and this is what will be. Now fast forward to some years later. Where is Nokia today? Innovation. So one of the things that helps me is the openness to be able to take criticism. I don't see myself as I've learned everything. Like I've had the opportunity to sit with David, and it has been an excellent. In fact, I even told him, I said, I'm not even worthy to even part of here. I even told I said, let me just go, because with the caliber of these people that I'm seeing here, I'm least qualified, And so I've learned a lot from him, and that's one of the things that you must have that openness and flexibility to learn from others. If you make a mistake, open up, admit it, I made a mistake. You understand? Open up, say that I make a mistake. So one of the things that have helped me is the fact that as we're seated here today, I'm learning a lot from everybody. Even from some of you guys, the way you are seated, I learn from people, the way you talk, the way your gesture, the way you are writing things down, the way you are looking. I use that as an avenue to feed my development. And then when I go, I process some of these things. And when those issues or challenges, when they come, I take a little from all these ones and I use it as part of my stepping board to be able to, overcome those challenges. So that is what I do. Openness. Be open. When you make a mistake, admit it. Whether you are a CEO, we make mistakes. But we think, because you're a CEO, I cannot make a mistake. Tell them, it's a mistake. It doesn't reduce you. Actually, it adds to you as an individual. When people see the sincerity that comes from you, and that's why I like what I think. Yes, that's what he said. So when you see some organization, you see that when staff exit some organization, they don't exit that organization as I'm leaving that organization. They see that organization as an appendage of themselves. So wherever they are, if they are businesses, they will drive it to that organization, even though they have exited the organization. So there is nothing that is more than for you to have ambassadors that are speaking to you, because they can see in you a genuineness as an individual and as a CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Larry, you spoke about vision. In your organization, how do you drive the vision? How do you make your employees, your people, to understand this is where you want the organization to be? How do you go about that?
Okay, so I failed at 2 companies, and it was the 3rd company that gave me the breakthrough that I have come to see that we can sustain for a very long time. So in 2019, I lost, the entire capital that we have in the business because we were taking a political risk. And I now realize that when you have a vision, staying consistent with your vision plays an important role, despite the fact that you should be dynamic as well. And where somebody mentioned flexibility. But there are certain decisions that you must make as a person, as a CEO, that you have to understand the consequences that it will have on the business, on the immediate, and also on the long term. I made that mistake, and I lost all the capital. And when I say losing capital, I lost over 100 million because I made a political decision that changed the entire narrative of the business. Sometimes we are making, so when I now set up the new company, one thing I did was that I first ensure that I don't make a decision in isolation. You must bring the decision to the table, share the vision of what you want to do, and let everybody, including the security guy, because he just might say something that can overturn the table. Again, so I bring everybody into the decision-making process and also the execution process, despite the fact that I would take a bunch of that responsibility at the end of the day. But what is core is that you sit back and be like, hey, come, this is what we want to do. Do you think it's going to make some sense? Again. So 2022, last year, we raised a major fund in the US. And so I'm an angel investor now. And my company, the Venture Studio, invests in startups and all of that. And a number of startups came and they wanted us to invest $25,000 in them, about 6 of them. Some of them are in the food industry and all of that. And then I was very excited. I was like, oh, night food delivery and all of that, for one of the businesses. And one of the staff, who was an intern, now said, he said, night food we sell in Lekki, but will it sell on the mainland? Do you understand? And we were looking at a total addressable market covering the whole of Lagos. Meanwhile, the realistic total addressable market that we should be looking at should be Lekki. You get? But I didn't think of that. You get? We would have invested that $25,000 in that business. It's a small money, it's small capital. But then we invested that $25,000 in another business. And that business is now featured on Forbes last week and will be partnering with Standard Chartered Bank to do something much more bigger. You see the alternatives just because an intern said a single thing. So for me, it's important to stay consistent with the vision, but make sure that in the execution process of your vision, make that process more collective. And that's something I learned because I went through it the hard way.
Thank you. Consistency. That's very key. Can we put our hands together for him? So the gentleman that says is the smallest in the room, Plan B. Okay, so I understand you have quite a number of businesses across different industries. I know agriculture is part of it, which is very funny. So how do you manage to drive your vision across different industries and still keep afloat?
Okay, I think first of all, every individual needs to understand their strengths and weaknesses, and you do SWOT analysis. I think personally, maybe growing up, it was tough, so I've already developed my thick skin to Nigerian economy right from childhood. So it doesn't. What gives a lot of people sleepless nights? Like, I've not lost 100 million naira like Larry, but I've also had my own fair share as a young man, and I'll still get home, eat my amala, and still sleep. My wife may get to know maybe 6 months later. Do you remember that night? Something like this. You still came and ate. I said, what will I do? So what keeps me afloat is personally, I enjoy entrepreneurship. The creativity, the process, the competition, the strategy meeting, the brain work, the communication, listening to people, being open. You know, like I run the same system similar to his own, where everybody comes into my office or our boardroom and we sit down and we break down everything. What does not concern a particular department, they will put mouth, because the solution might just come from that department. So I think flexibility, openness are part of what have kept me afloat of my game. I am in some industries that are like what are opposites. And so in the morning, if I wear a particular cap, in the afternoon, I wear another cap. So it is what it is. Then secondly is what I said earlier about always living in the future, and allow my managers and other staff members to live in the present. And that is talking about micromanagement. I think Pascal might be the only one person that knows my itinerary the most this year. Throughout March this year, like just 3 days or 4 days in March was when I was throughout March I was not in Nigeria. Half of June and half of July, I was also not in Nigeria. Sometimes in January, like half of January, I was not in Nigeria. Even you stay with staff from morning till night, they scatter business. Not to talk of when you are away. So what has kept me in the game is empowering my managers to make sure that even if they make mistake, I stay with them so that they will learn from the mistake and then be able to. I don't want to be in Saudi Arabia for Umrah, and then I'm not online, and somebody is waiting to take a decision that will give us money. Just take the decision. If after you have analyzed with your other colleagues and they say, and I let them realize that I'm not smarter than you. The age some of you are is the same age I was when I started this business. So just take the decision. Just make sure that you have analyzed it well. Go ahead. If we make money, we will all jump up and celebrate. If we lose money, like I have never in maybe about 12 or 13 now, never sacked a single staff because he or she took a decision that made us to lose. No. Except you don't follow the due process as we normally do. And what is the process? You call everybody into a meeting, you discuss it, you scrutinize it, you know. What you don't think about, somebody will think about it. Go through it like 2-3 times and then take the decision, and that is fine. Whether I am reachable or not, you can do it. So I also don't micromanage. When I say, like for example, and I'll be open with the business. So I have a health and wellness business where we produce, and that's where we link to agriculture. So, and if you see me in a place like Ibarapa or Iseyi, I'm a farmer. If you see me in our office, some of my colleagues that we normally meet in Iseyi, they came to my office sometimes in April, and they came out again. It's like they have missed their way. They are saying plan B, but that is not the kind of plan B they used to know, because over there, I am a farmer, the dirty guy, looking for herbs, looking for roots. But in this office, you cannot see leaf. You understand? So when I thought of the idea, I was at a Zenith Bank. I don't know if anyone here was there. Zenith Bank had something for export, something on Tuesday. And that is where I caught the idea of, you know, where I play now, there are a lot of competitions. In 2013, when I started that production and health, I didn't start with production actually, with importation. 2017, we went into production. These guys now came to come and say, buy this capsule for diabetes, buy selling it. They've scattered the market. NAFDAC is running after everybody, but they are still, you know. And I said, okay, can we take our game to where they cannot compete with us? It was one of the presentations from the Zenith Bank, and I caught the idea. And yesterday, I handed over the idea to one of my colleagues. When they have the opportunity to sit like this, some of them will mention some of their mentors. Like he mentioned John C. Maxwell. They will also mention your name in their CV. They will say they have worked with you, you know. So I don't micromanage. I don't live in the present with my staff. I live the present for them. I go to the future. My own is to go and look for other ways, you know. And I like, because I've lost money trying to play where I don't have strength. So what I do now mostly is to grow horizontally within the same niche that I am. It is, see, when we say, if I am in the bottling business, like selling coke and this and that. That is the only thing you can do. You have just not been able to be creative enough. Have you done the business of training people on how to be successful with bottling business, selling water? How I started so business, and I made a lady sold in 2018 and 2019. I sold some courses online, and I made some money to start a business. That is also part of the business. If you are a baker and you are successful, do a training on how to be a successful baker. And success is the problem. Now, definition for success, I will leave that till another time when microphone comes to me. Thank you.
Just like one or two other persons mentioned here, I've also run a business where I lost money. And beyond that, I have also brought an investment into this country to a friend who was very close, of nearly $1 million. And we ran into a big, deep trouble. Okay? Now, in my company, or the companies where I lead a team, because for me, it's a team, and that's why I say people are very important. One thing that I have done consistently is that everything in that company is an open book. I will explain it. You know, because sometimes you can wear a fantastic jacket. You know, you're flying to the US, you know, you're going to the Bahamas and coming back. Everybody in the company thinks, oh, it's the company's money you're flying around with. Right? But they understand that every person in that company has what he or she earns. Okay, once your processes are right, once you've set up your structures correctly, then it's very abnormal for you to dip hands into the company's, finances and then fund your trip, whether they are business trips or whether they are personal trips. Even if you have to go on business with the company, has a procedure for that, because at the end of the day, your accounting will have to take care of it. So one thing that I have done, to show first leadership, which for me, when he mentioned, is very important, because there's a thin line, but it's also clear that Abraham Lincoln said something. Let me remember that. Yeah, he said, managers do things right, but leaders do the right things. Managers do things right and leaders do the right things. So when there are procedures, when there are rules set up in companies where you are not the CEO, you're a manager, a GM or something, your duty is to ensure that everybody falls in line with those rules and regulations, right? That is doing things right. But leaders like the CEO must step out of that, confinement, let me use that word, to be able to make decisions that sometimes might not be understood immediately, but one that will be considered as a risk, calculated one, but can actually project the company to a bigger fortune. So one thing that I do in the company is an open book. And I'll give you an example. I stopped doing Monday meetings because, it was becoming very monotonous. So whether you have something to discuss or not, every Monday you're meeting, right? So we decided, okay, we're going to do every other Monday, like 2 weekly, when there is something to discuss. And in those meetings, everything, I'll tell the accountant to open the books, every expense that has happened, everyone who sits in that, who has a right and the status in that meeting will know everything that's happened. Why do I? That is transparency, right? That is one way to instill confidence, loyalty to the company. So everyone understands that, look, I know what's going on. I know what's coming in, I know what's going out, right? And that way we understand when we may not have enough money to pay salaries and overhead. We understand when we'll have enough to take care of everyone, to invest in talent development, because, and you mentioned that, you must invest in preparing your people, right? So the first is that transparency. It has to be clear. Because I worked in a company where I had a boss who every point in time he was hammering on the engineers to don't go to the site. If you don't finish this job, you're going to sleep there. It was more of management system, no leadership. It was all about how much money comes in. He didn't care. Even when you're sick, he said, if you're sick, go to the site there, die. Those are the kind of words. Yes, no, I'm telling you. And I worked in that company for 1 year, and I put in my resignation. You know why? Because the CEO thought there was a competition. He was my boss. But I had an event to attend in the US, and I put in a letter as I'm going to the US. And he told somebody that, is Pascal competing with me? So what's the competition? I'm the one spending the money, something that will help me, develop me to help even the company, and you feel uncomfortable about it. It became very toxic. I had to put in my letter after 1 year, and I left. So that transparency is very important. Number two, empowering is you must invest in your people. Now, you talked about training people and they leave. I sent one of my engineers to Taiwan for training. He was 4 weeks of training, technical training, a lot of money went in. He came back and he left after 4 months to the UK. Yes. And 6 months later, I sent another one. Because one thing I can't understand, yeah, you can say sign a contract and when you come back, you're going to work with me for 3 years. But this is Nigeria. This is a different climb completely. The point is the rules work. When they sign, to what extent can you hold them, right? But like he said, one thing is the guy that left the UK, till today still refer businesses to the company. When there are some technical issues, I tell the engineer, please talk to him. They go online, they chat, and he still passes in on some ideas. Okay, so he left, but he is still useful to us. So invest in your people. One of the most difficult decisions I've made, I mean, you say you haven't fired anybody. 3 weeks ago, for the first time in my leading a company, I had to fire somebody. And it took me 2 months from when I decided he was going to go to make that decision. It was tough. Why? This is an individual. Usually, let me explain this. When I do appraisal in my company, I don't do the appraisal myself. I asked the staff member to go and appraise himself or herself. That way, biases go, prejudices are eliminated. So I said, okay, you go there, go and do the appraisal and come back and let's discuss. And so when we put it on the table, I told the guy, okay, assess yourself. And by his own standard, he was very abysmal in performance. I said to him, okay, great. Now go back and tell me where we can invest in training you. If you need to go to something, please go and define it. I said, I have some books, because usually sometimes, these days I'm becoming lazy with reading. I used to read a lot, right? So these days I read book half in a year, maybe 5 books. I probably finish like 2. The other 3 I read half again and then make excuses. So I brought some of those books. I even bought some. I said, these are books that will help you read them. But tell me specifically, in what areas do you need us to invest money to train you? Identify the trainings. I mentioned to him. It took him 3 weeks. He could not come back. I invited him back and said, your performance is still very, very poor. And I've been waiting for you for 3 weeks. He said, oh, now that he started the thing, he will get it to me tomorrow. 1 week after, he still did not come back to me. And I sat down and I looked at the cost on the gentleman. And to be quite honest, he worked with us for 14 months. And I cannot put my finger on any, and I'm very frank about this. Anything I can say has been his contribution other than that average presence online. And I said, that's not enough. And when I sat down with him, I listed 10 different areas where the company will be focused a lot. I said, please tell me, and don't try to impress me. Which of these areas do you think you'll be comfortable working on with minimal supervision or no supervision at all? Out of the 10, he listed 6 areas. Of those 6 areas, only one he's dealing with. And so after so much attempts to get him, prepare him, sometimes I get into a mini conference room, I take out time, I bring a flip chart, I bring videos, I bring materials, because I have materials, I have products. But yet the results are not coming. So I had to make that tough decision to let him go, right? Now that investment is important. So one other way to empower your player is also to show your heart to them. And he said something that people must see your heart before they give a hand. It is important. And they understand that if you start working at 8:30 or at 9, at 5 o'clock you shut down, it's fine, I don't have any problem. Sometimes I stay till 9 p.m. I don't have any rule that says while I'm still in the office you have to stay. No, that's not my style. Because when I was an employee, I was actually against that when CEOs feel that because they're sitting in the office, and when I have nothing to do, I should just sit down. It was one of my problems I had. I mean, I'm a non-conformist to certain things. So I told my colleagues then when I was working, if the MD is in the UK, and I'm done at 5 o'clock, I go home. If I'm not done, I can work till 8 o'clock. I don't need to be told. That's what we're talking about when he talked about, the employee working as though he were an entrepreneur, correct? But I had colleagues then who, once the man is around, till 8 p.m. they stay in the office. When he travels, 5 o'clock they all go home. And I said, for me, eye service is one thing that I will never, never condone. I don't, because I don't do it. So that transparency, that opening your heart, right, for the staff to understand how you work is very important. I mean, those days when I was still climbing poles and doing installations, people thought it was funny. 3 weeks ago, I had to follow my technical somewhere, and they said, no, I said, no, I'm going to climb the ladder. I want to show. And I went up. They thought because I probably something could happen to me, but I wanted to lead by example. No, truly. I got up the ladder, and I was there for about 15 minutes, and I came down, and the rest, if he could do it, why not us? So one way to empower is leadership is not by saying, there you go. It is taken by hand and say, this is it. Next time you can go your way on yourself. That's number 3. And the final thing I want to talk about when it comes to empowering your people, right? You must believe that each individual is very unique and peculiar. I always say it. Unfortunately, I don't use people as standards. I can use people as role models. Okay, I want to learn from you, but I don't use anybody as a standard. Because when I do that, what it tells me in my head is that that is my limit. So you're saying this is the best you can be. And I don't do things, I tell those who work with me, don't do things to be the best. Don't do things to compete. Okay, when I want to be the best, that competition comes in. Do something in a unique and great way. When you are great, okay, it is sustainable, it stays over time. When you think I am the best now, in the next 2-3 years, that might just disappear. And it's important to look at the future. It's key. The future is very important. There's this acronym, I'm sure we have heard, VUCA, right? Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I learned something from it. If I want to get into any venture now, the first thing I do is to imagine all the things that could go wrong with the business. All the things that could go wrong. All the troubles. You know, I tell people when they pray, I say it's always good to pray, say, God forbid this should not happen, God remove it, it's fine. But the best prayer is to have the grace to deal with it because they will come. No, they will. You know, CEOs don't have the best job, they don't have the best of lives, if you understand what I mean. There are CEOs who come in dressed properly, but the troubles they go through, you know, just 3 days ago, a fantastic, high-flying CEO in the city of Calabar woke up one morning, was going to his car to go and drive. He's out for a meeting. He suffered a stroke. He's in the hospital now. He's struggling to even speak. One part of his body is gone. And he confirmed to somebody 4 days before of the challenge we had, but none of the staff members knew about it. He still comes to the office, he smiles, right? So it's a lonely journey to be CEO. But you must, as much as possible, to empower your people, keep that smile going, keep that energy going, believe in them. And everything you do, say, where you go, don't forget that they are watching you. And it is what they learn from there that they're going to apply somewhere else when they get there tomorrow. So you must live by example. I used to tell people when I travel for JCI, I said, when you become an officer, plan B, understand what I mean. The way you talk, where you go, where you find yourself, the way you dress must change. Because there's nothing like, oh, follow my teaching and not my attitude. No. People are not interested in what you're saying. They're interested in what you're doing. So even when I walk into the office, I first of all go to the office to greet everybody before I walk into my own office. That's also an example, because tomorrow they will learn something from it. So invest in your people. Be transparent in your books. There's nothing like, oh, if they know how much we earn, they will think, well, no. It's transparency. It's important. Empower them, transparent. Invest in training them. Believe in what they can do and support them to truly do it. And do not forget that the world we live in today is volatile. There are a lot of uncertainties. Nigeria is a typical example. There's complexity and there's ambiguity. How do you deal with that? Is to imagine that the journey will be rough. There'll be troubles on the road. There'll be potholes, just like when you walk through a maze, you don't even know where you're going to get out from. The question is, if and when it happens, how do you deal with it? On a final note, in 2020, October, we imported some machines from Taiwan. We had already paid for what they call the marine insurance, right, for it to get to Nigeria. And the next thing for you to do warehouse insurance, to warehouse it. So the goods got to the warehouse on a Monday. And Mutual Benefit was supposed to come to the warehouse Wednesday to take photographs, everything before they insure it. Tuesday morning, a truck lost control, rammed into the warehouse, broke through, and damaged the entire goods, 75 million. And then they called me, and they said to me, you have to come to the warehouse, there's a problem. I said, problem? I said, okay, I'm coming. They said, you have to come. I said, please, I'm coming. So when I dropped the phone, I said, okay, what could be the worst thing? The machines are gone, right? Oh, no problem, that's okay. That's how I live my life. If you don't, because what you must understand is, you have to go through the trouble with your team to bring those machines in. If you need to do another one, you have to be alive, right? If you pass on, that's it, it's gone. It's gone, nobody remembers anything. So I drove to the warehouse, and they showed it to me, and I saw the truck, I went in there. 70% of the parts of the machines are damaged. One of them was total write-off. So I went in after, and when I came out, I started smiling. My GM came to me and said, what's the problem? Why are you smiling? I said, oh, wow. I should die? Oh, come on. It's done, it's done. Let's think about a way. Because that is how I think. And people may not like it, but that's how I function. I don't expect that anything I get into should go smoothly. No, that's not my prayer. It's to be able to have the capacity, the people, the network, the grit, like he said. That consistently being perseverance and committed to it to deal with it. And that is my mental capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pascal. Okay, so I'll be asking Femi. You've had two sides of the table. You were an employee for a very long time and started up your business and is still very much afloat. I like the story around the Japa syndrome didn't really hit the organization. So we just had very few people that left and they still refer businesses to you. So how do you go about fostering a very positive culture? Because as an HR person, I would say that is tied to your culture. So what are the cultures do you have, and how do you manage your people so you still have that tenacity and that trust from your ex-employees to say, yes, you can come back to our boss to say, he can do this for us? Thank you. You.
You said Olufemi, it's Olusoji.
Sorry,
That's
sorry, apologies.
First, the culture of my business, Resource Intermediaries Limited, is freedom and responsibility. That's our culture, freedom and responsibility. So, meaning staff are given the freedom to run their shop, but they're responsible for that freedom. And how we achieve that is our appraisals, performance evaluation in my business is monthly, not at the end of the year. So, end of the month, you account for what you have done. And it's easy to tell if you've worked for that pay. And with us, once in a quarter, that's 3 months evaluation, your performance goes below 45% on an average. You get a letter from HR that you have 30 days to go out of that minimum, after which you are exited. And interestingly, so I'll tell 4 or 5 quick stories to make this point. So we had a staff who was on probation, poor performance, and was getting married, knocked on my door to give me a wedding invitation. And I just smiled, because he had only 30 days more if he wasn't out of the score. And it was strange, but I didn't say anything to him. So I attended the wedding, I danced with him, I sprayed him money. A week later, I exited him. Am I wicked? Freedom and responsibility. Freedom and responsibility. Story 1. Story 2. First, our business, 17 years plus now, did not make a single profit until year 5. It was lost all through. All capital eroded. We borrowed 4 times the capital. Still was a struggle before we began to pull through. And around year 3, something similar to what I think Larry spoke about, which is very instructive, happened at one of the general meetings. I come from a banking background. It's also why you have monthly appraisals. These are some things that come from banking practices, and also general meetings, like he also said. And at one of the meetings, a youth couple, just like his intern, then we were in Victoria Island. He just said he knew our business in VI. I said, we have run away because of rent from VI to Lekki. Now, about the third or fourth year, at one of such meetings, we were paying rent 4 million naira on Elsifemi Piers. Story building, big compound, because we felt for what we do, the brand, we needed to have a VI office. But the real business we were looking for was not coming. And at one of the meetings, a youth couple raised his hand up and said, sir, why don't we move all staff upstairs and then rent out to the ground floor so we can have tenants, at least from what they are paying us, we can begin to get something. Then the boys' quarters, which was just a storehouse at that time, so he said, we could also renovate that and let it out. Now, we're not into real estate. We're in HR management company. So the ideal response ought to be, come on, next question. But because I understood this thing about people management and emotional intelligence, because if I rubbed him off negatively and his ego is affected, nobody else will speak at that meeting. So I'd known this early in my own career journey. So I said, not a bad idea. We'd look into it. And I meant it. And the Monday after this meeting, at the executive meeting, we dealt on it. And it made sense. What do we need to do? Get back to the landlord that we want to sublet your property, Abi? And what they will say is, when you are leaving, put it back. Now, if I have improved the property, will they want me to put it back? No, it's to their advantage. Within 2 months of that suggestion, we had tenants paying us 6 million naira rent. Our rent is 4 million to the owner. Guess what? One of the people that took one of the offices was Action Microfinance Bank. They were just moving into Nigeria. So their MD and the head of HR needed a small office. They needed a driver for the MD, the business we are doing. We give them driver. When they moved to their own big office, they needed 8 drivers, 20 marketers, 4 cleaners. The business I'm looking for, we gave them. And a few others like that. Till today, we are managing Action Microfinance Bank. But he came from a youth copper who normally would not even be in a meeting with the MD. He talked of an intern. Normally, you don't have an intern. CEO is passing, an intern runs away. So don't make those mistakes. Story number 3. I love the way Pascal spoke about open book. But for with us, it's not just the executive. Those are monthly performance reviews. All staff, every staff from head, we show them this is the revenue that came in. So you will see maybe 380 million inflow. And this is how we spent it. At the end, maybe you see profit, 2 million, 3 million. Because if you don't do that, they all are aware of the revenue. They're not aware of how you spent it. So they will assume you are making money. So when you say there's no money, they say, these people, they are deceiving themselves. So that transparency, someone invited me to sit on their board. That board didn't meet more than the first meeting. Because after at the meeting, I'm like, okay, thank you, this and that. Can we see the financials of this company where that was the last the man called us to a meeting. So it shows corporate governance was not part of what he was looking for, and he can't grow. You see, apprenticeship is what drives businesses, but we have all lost it. If you check in the past, nobody starts a business until you're apprenticed by somebody. Then they give you freedom. But here, somebody gets capital, especially the millennials and Gen Zs. They get foreign capital. Say, I'm in tech, I'm in this. You may have the creativity, you may have the money, but there's some wisdom of elders that you will never get. And it's a fool that says experience is the best teacher. The best teacher is somebody else's experience. If I didn't make money until year 5, why should you go through my pain when you can learn from me and shorten your own journey? The other businesses we started didn't wait 5 to 2 years to make money because we learned. So, CEO, get a mentor. Some will be free, some will cost money. But invest in it. My mentors have mentors, including John C. Maxwell. He has mentors. His mentors have mentors. So who are you to say, yeah, CEO running what business? And you think you know everything. Those are 3 stories, right? Yeah. Story number 4. Stanbic IBTC approached us about year 4 to say they want to give us 30 million naira loan for our staff. Interests very low, no collateral. We decide which staff gets it, and they can take 5 times their gross pay, their annual net pay. So it looked like a fantastic idea, and we're curious. We're just starting. But apparently they looked at the caliber of the board and felt comfortable to give us that. So I took the letter to my executive. At that time, it was an executive team of 5. Total staff at that time, I think about 19. And one by one, each of the executive at the executive meeting began to say, I want the loan, sir. I want the loan. First, we are 5. Usually, we are the highest paid. So that 30 million wouldn't go more than maybe 2 or 3 people if we had agreed. But after they finished, I looked at them and said, gentlemen and lady, how would you feel if you are not on the executive team and you hear that a benefit like this came to this organization and the executives in one room have shared it? So I said, no. Madam HR, can you send email to all staff? Anybody that wants to take the loan should apply. And from the list of those who apply, we start from the list. Who is a janitor? At that time, we were paying our janitors 18,000 naira. So 5 times annual salary. So by the time it went up, it went to almost 10 people. And it never got back to executives before it finished. Guess what? 6 months later, Stanbic came back, said no limit. Anybody that wants to take. Even me, MD, I took. So like he said, it's not what you say. It's what you do. That's how you sell the vision. That's how you inspire. That's how you go for the heart. Last 2 quick stories. We own a co-work space called the Bunker Co-work Spaces. There are 6 locations currently: Yaba, Lekki, Uyo, Ibadan, Abeokuta, and Abuja. We got a manager January this year for the Yaba office who had an accident after 1 month with us. And it was so bad, the hospital said, we need to deposit $500,000 before they even admit him. He was in hospital for about a month. We spent almost 2-point-something million naira. 2 weeks after his discharge, he resigned. He's in UK now. And like he said, it didn't stop us from, because with us, medical is no limit. With my staff, medical, hole in the heart, cancer, we will spend 30 million on you. It's not about your salary. It's a signal. It comes from the US Army culture. Never leave a soldier on the battlefield. Even if it's the body, we carry the dead body. So my people will die for me. Not by what I say, because they have watched what you do. Last story, just this Saturday, when we had the monthly performance review, a staff shared this with me in another group meeting, a leadership training I was taking on Wednesday, that he was surprised when he was going home in the evening. And he checked, because when we come to the office on the weekend, everybody signs in and signs out. We don't do that on normal work hour, because I don't believe in checking what time you resume or close, like he said. It makes no difference, because you're accountable, and our appraisal system is objective. It's not how you dress or how you look or who you greeted. It's objective. It's do this, do that, as it is. So this gentleman said, sir, he was surprised that when he checked the register, he saw MD signed in the morning. MD signed out. I said he was shocked. I mean, he's been with us for just about a year. So it's like, if MD can be signing this register, then who am I? Because I own the business, so I don't need to sign. But I can't tell staff to do this, and I'm not doing it. So if I say market, you will see my name on the list first as having brought this transaction. So when I'm killing you for not doing your own, you yourself know, So that's what I would say basically. So this drives a vision, and in our culture, the CEO thinking is that of the Kabiosi, the king that does no wrong. So we look at our bosses like God. But in reality, a lot of times, they cannot tell. CEOs don't know what to do either. Sometimes we're as confused as everybody. But you put up a bold face. That smile is saying, it's photo trick. Because he knows he needs to smile. Because if he enters there and is like this, nobody will resume tomorrow. Like for guys like this, what am I working here for? Right. But those things you learn from mentors. So if you're a CEO, please find a mentor. Again, I don't know about them. Me, it's part of my job. I have free mentoring platforms, but the one-on-one, you will pay money. Me, there's the free, but then the one-on-one you will pay. But it's worth it. If you have not observed, also go to programs like this. I didn't know anybody on this panel until today. By the time I'm living here today, we know each other. So our network has expanded. Most of you don't do that. This program was advertised several years, and where are they? They won't turn up. Okay, join virtual. They won't turn up. And yet they want to grow a business? It won't happen. No, because. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olusoji. Okay, Ochiko. So how do you foster positive work culture in your organization? Let's learn from you.
Well, I've learned a lot from everyone to start with, and everybody's right. But even in a family, people have their individuality. You are helping them. You don't help them. You are helping this one. If I've been running my business since 2007, I like business to start with. If I see an opportunity, I just grab it. It's short time. My plan might not be long term, but I I make my shoes. I'm a shoemaker. I don't buy shoes. I have my own label. Okay, so to start with, my first staff in 2007, I had a small office. She was front desk, very smallish lady, and I think she was preparing for WAEC. And I think in that first year, maybe only 3 clients came to see me. 2 were from my church, so one was just, So I didn't have a lot of traction, so she didn't have a lot of work. But I was paying her. But I noticed once I step out, by the time I'm driving in, she's gisting outside with the drivers. If I'll hear her voice. So I called her. I said, Amara, you are preparing for JAM? She said, yes. I said, which courses are you doing? She told me. I bought past questions for her. I said, every day would review. She used to grumble. She doesn't, because I just felt if I'm building people, which is my drive, by the way, I like people to know. If I come here, if I'm at your office, if I'm waiting for you, if it's your front desk, if it's your driver, I'll have a chat with him. I always leave an impact, even if it's a 2-year-old. I spoke somewhere last week, and I was telling them about developing self-esteem. I said, every young boy I meet, 3, 4, I say if I gauge his age, I subtract it by 3 or 4 and say that's his age. So if I think he's 6, I'll say, no, you are 2 years old. And that's a way to, and I say, no, you can't be 6. You see, I say, show me your muzzle. And he does like that, and I'm like, wow. Now, that's not the point. The point is there are things I have to tell him after that initial interaction. So I told Amara, go and buy JAM questions. Every time I'm reviewing, she would just be grumbling. Then I didn't come to work on a certain day. I was outside and I closed late. So she says she's going for her sister's wedding. And I said, I know your sister now. Your sister is married. She said, no, not that sister. Another sister that you don't know. She's my sister's brother's. So I said, okay. She said she wanted to go for 2 weeks. And I said, no, this business might be small, but we pay you from here. You can't take a whole 2 weeks off for a wedding. I could have given her, but I needed her to understand it was a business. You take 2 weeks off, you still come back, I still pay you. That means for 2 weeks, you are not in my front desk. When I say nobody visited, it's not like I was not praying. I would come in every day and say, oh, we have customers flooding, they're calling, So she didn't come. She went on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I didn't call her. So the next week, Tuesday, I called her. She said, no, Oga, I've left Owerri. I said, no. I didn't call to ask where you are. Where's the key to this cabinet? So she said it's here. I just left her. Then after the 2 weeks, I think she added another 2 days or so. I can't be doing this business, then I have a blockhead working with me. I'm not comfortable. And she's not ready to learn. So she came in and said she wants her money while my customer was begging. So I said, I've sent someone to the bank. There was nobody, but I just needed her to. So she came again, and she's the front desk. Nobody passed you to go to the bank. Nobody has come in. She said, where's the money? So I told my customer, see the person that you want. So she said, because I work for 30 days. I said, okay, let me explain it to you. There are 22 working days, not 30. So I did a calculation for her. That one knocked her off. So she will come again and say, where's the money? So after 3 of those rants, I opened my drawer and gave her the money, and she left. Like I said, they come in different batches. Key is knowing how to manage the people that you have. It's a lot of work. And when I say manage, we have a lot of managers. We don't have a lot of leaders. You are the second born. You've learned how to control the third, and so you just take it, and it's a mistake people make. I was in Ghana last year, and first thing I noticed about them there is they are very relaxed. The company that took me to Ghana, when I trained them in Nigeria, they are in Lekki. I used to leave my house 5. Sometimes I'll get there before 6 because I would rather be relaxed than enter traffic and train. So sometimes I'll get there really early, rest in my car, and the staff were coming past 6. Nobody came late. In Ghana, I kept calling the driver, "Where are you?" He said, "Okay, I'm coming. Why are you rushing?" I had a colleague that couldn't travel because of COVID restrictions, so I had to stay extra days. So we had to take a class on Saturday. The MD was furious. He said, "Why would you make my staff come to work on Saturday? Is this today, not Saturday?" And it was a big issue. And I told the driver, "Okay, when are you coming today?" He said, "Me, work on Saturday." "No, I don't work on Saturdays." So I had to take a cab. On one of those days, why I brought up this story, there was a staff that, so I had given them questionnaire, had spoken, and everybody kept pointing to one lady as the most social. And this lady didn't say a word. She didn't laugh at any joke. And I couldn't wrap my head around it. So after the class, I called her. And I said, "How come everybody thinks you are this?" And eventually, she told me the person that came from Nigeria, one other guy, not from my company, she came late for the class. She says she stays farthest in Accra. And she had to go to the bank. The bank resumed by 9 to show you how relaxed they are. So already she's coming late. So she had to go to the bank. Then she came back, I think about to 10 or so. And this gentleman just blasted her. And he talked her down. And so she just shut down. So, and they were trainees. So I said, "Oh, that's great. So you know that when you enter the field, it won't always be rosy." I tried to cover up for him. And she cried. I don't know. Sometimes people cry when I talk with them. I really don't know why, but she cried. And by the time I was leaving, she said, "Oh, I wasn't her mentor. I was now her dad." But I called the gentleman because I'm talking about managing people. And I said, "Did you ask her why she came late?" He said, "No, he didn't care." I said, "Why?" He said, "No, his boss, the people that took me to Ghana, they can't stand people coming late. So he just took up that culture." And I said, "No. You need to know everybody." Already, in the class, they were trainees for an oil company. There were like 4 people with first class. I said, "You people are hot in Ghana." And they said, "First class is not anything in Ghana." I said, "In Nigeria, it's something." In my class, my lecturer told me, "In this class, nobody will finish you. You must try." So in Nigeria, it's a big deal. Your lecturer almost doesn't like you. Now in Ghana, they are encouraging them. I've not attended any training where I had 4 first-class graduates and different fields, And it wasn't just that they recruited, but they said it was a normal thing. So for me, if you want to go far, know how to manage the people. And it's not sweet. Do you understand? It's not, it's beyond what we're all saying. Some people would tell you that man is the most wicked man in the whole world. You might not even be there to defend yourself. Some people will say you are nice. I know someone that said, I was too nice. That was her problem. That no, it's too understanding. Because she also had problems with the way I managed some people. And she said, no, Oga, you should sack this guy. So managing the people is one. The second one is being innovative. I mean, he talked about looking for business where nobody is. I don't know if you've heard about the blue ocean strategy. Instead of going for where there's blood, there's this thing no. There's another group where you can just carve out a niche. You don't have to market to everybody. You can just pick. I mean, if, like now, I believe I'll get business from all these people here. So if he gives me 20 million this month, 20 million, 15, 18, what else am I rushing for? So you must know how to carve a niche. And I told someone once, okay, look at COVID. COVID came, we do training. People were not doing training. You even call some, in fact, you feel foolish for calling them because, I mean, they were not paying salaries. Some people lost their offices. I know some businesses that didn't recover. So what are you bringing different, except you want to leave that field? Then we moved into Zoom. Then we started, our trainings were no longer be a high flyer. Our training was managing in difficult times. Do you understand? Staying afloat in business. How to be the best among the worst. We had to change. Okay? And I told someone once that, okay, then someone came and I think wanted to do for one multinational and said they were going to use Microsoft Teams. And I said, let's use Zoom now. We're already used to Zoom. They said, no, it's Microsoft Teams. And I was begging. They said, oh, guy, if you are not doing Microsoft Teams, let's give somebody else. I learned it in 20 minutes. Do you understand? I learned it in 20 minutes. Online self, the manager just put 20 minutes. So this is your business. You have the vision. You are driving. There will be obstacles. Is it government regulations? Now they are bringing up not this government. Everybody is suddenly thinking, we can make money from these guys. We can make, I don't know who else does real training. There was a time CBN just said every training firm should go and have a pitch with CIBN. Then they just place the levy on us. So it comes up every time. How do you adjust? When I started, I remember I'm also an avid learner. I want to learn every time. So I'm amazed when people say, I've learned customer service 2 years ago. No. New stuff are happening now. I remember project management. The first time I read anything about project management, my wife went for a training. My first training was based on the material they gave her. My first training. And that training was for the British High Commission. I just saw a material, I read it up. Of course, I developed myself. So it was an avenue to learn. So then I knew I was swimming with big fish. I mean, there was Philips Consulting, there was LBS. I will follow my friend in Guinness to LBS and sit down and learn from them. When I needed project management trainers, because it was a bit hard to get at the time, I paid 10,000 to attend the training so that I'll hear if the trainer is good enough. There were times people would send me, I'll tell them, if you have training, send to us. And I don't know if they were not checking our site. So they'll send me all their courses. I'll say, so they are training on this course. I'll add it to my list. So I was constantly looking for ways to upgrade myself because the market is volatile. You think, and dynamic. You will think, I remember when I started, I said, and our trainings are not very expensive. We can train you for 40,000. Until one company said, who told you we are trying to save money? I said, that means that strategy will not work. So I had to, because there are people that, I remember MTN, before I did MTN, in fact, one of my friends says, please don't come, because I do 2 trainings in a year, one in LBS, one abroad. Don't come and talk to my orgas now, then they will cancel my abroad training and be giving you, But, so I knew the kind of people I was fighting, but I always try and stay a step ahead. My trainings, I would coach you, and we would have an emotional connection. And I think that is what has kept me till now. So it goes beyond, if I teach you customer service, you will be a better individual. You learning customer service, you can even learn online. But when I'm done with you in my class, you will be a better person than you were before the class. And I think that has really helped me. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for them? so I'll be wrapping up this section with questions. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to ask questions? We've been dishing out a lot of nuggets here. Do we have anybody? Okay, thank you. Please, can you help me with the microphone? Debbie, please.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Israel Anishi from Dynamic Growth Consult and Event Management. I would like to throw my question to Mr. Lanre based on his experience in the past. Now, sir, you mentioned that you at least lost your capital when you started your business and before you now stood back. Now, my question is, how do you manage those periods? You know, you started, you lost it, and still, come back and still lost it. I know that it's not easy, which some of us that are just starting, we have done that. Now, how do you cope? How do you manage? And what gives you that strength to be able to still put more effort and to go back? How do you manage that situation? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So first, let me tell you what led to me losing that money. So, I was running a technology company where we developed mobile apps and all of that. So, and it was 2018, election period for 2019. And somebody just called me and said, Larry, there's a big deal. Come and develop a technology strategy plus products for one of the presidential candidates. So he took me to the presidential candidate. Oh, it was nice. We snapped pictures and all of that. He said, you know what? Go and do the project with your money. And we will. So, but that's why I call it political risk. You know? And I was traveling everywhere, Adamawa, Benue. So I was everywhere. In fact, that was how I visited all the states in Nigeria. Spending flight money. Got developers, recruited more developers, and they were paying everybody. At the end of the day, pay me money. Problem. Business, just, everything just crushed. And I remember one day I parked my car in Yaba, and I was thinking, I didn't know when I trekked from Yaba to Moshi. It was somebody that said, DLA, why is he going? I said, what am I doing here? Is he thinking that brought me? Where is my car? My car was with me. I found my way back anyway. But what I'm saying is that it was a very difficult period. And the whole of 2019, I wasn't doing anything because I didn't expect it. So first, it came as a shock. And two, it crumbled the business. We couldn't pay salaries again. I started selling things like the cars we have, generators, just to offset a number of things. But one thing stood out, the relationships that I built. So when I was starting again, to be honest, in fact, the idea that I started again, I got it when I was in church because my madam was like, go and pray in church now. And also as I was in church, he just said, something just popped, he said, you have been running a tech company and been developing business. What about if you just, and with all of your experience, why don't you just turn into a venture studio? And the name dropped, First Founder. So I never thought that name was going to be available in my head. I thought someone was going to take it. I just called him and said, okay, First Founders. And he said it's available. I said, okay, register. In fact, I borrowed that money to register that company. Long story short, I called 10 of my friends and said, hey, guy, I'm delving into this space. But I'm starting first with the same thing that I did that I lost money with. Let me handle your tech for the next 6 months. Ideally, it should cost you about 2 million, but pay me 1 million upfront. I will do it for you. So I raised 1 million from 10 of my friends. But that's because I had a track record. And I have that credibility and the integrity, and that relationship has been there. So that's why I said social capital is important as a CEO. You must develop your social capital. So how I got my first capital for that business was my social capital. And that helped me to get off the ground. So that's how I was able to deal with that.
Do we have another person? Okay, gentleman over there. Please, can we meet you? Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abbas. I have two questions. One is for Plan B and one is for Mr. Larry. So you mentioned that you really understand the terrain of the economy of Nigeria very well. And one of the headache of most of the startup entrepreneur now is that the government policy is not stable. For example, when we have currency swipe, and then quite a number of companies were just struggling to survive, and before you know it, the naira float and purchasing power of people really dropped. Markets is not really speaking well. There's some entrepreneurs that are doing perishable goods. They are not really surviving. How do we survive this kind of situation? So
maybe you ask the two questions.
Okay, the second question is for Mr. Larry. So sometimes when you are in your comfortable zone, let's say you are working for someone and you've actually rise to some level where you can actually run your own company on your own. Let's say tech company, and you have the capacity to pull a lot of things. So situation comes that you are scared of making that step of becoming not getting paid. And then how is the market looking like? You don't have the certainty of the situation. How do you break that yoke? How do you break that barrier? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think, first of all, for Larry, maybe you should write a book on how to lose 100 million in 1 month. It will sell you. Because when he mentioned it, I was thinking maybe he contested. Because we had a friend that contested and also had similar experience. It's just a very, but it's lessons for all of us, especially the younger ones. Okay, so it's not as if I didn't say I have experience in all the business sectors in Nigeria. I only play in 4 major sectors. But generally, I think there are some things we do in this part of the world where we just believe that because I am brilliant, I can do anything. You cannot do anything, or you cannot do everything. First of all, learn. I just kept quiet about mentoring because Mr. Soji has been saying it. I found my growth in the first 7 or 8 years in business was, we shouldn't be talking about it. But if you really want to enjoy faster growth, just look for somebody who has, this thing is not hard though. It's copy and paste. That's why somebody like Larry can bounce back from losing 100, some people will just die. From losing 100 million naira to wearing nice suits now. Somebody who couldn't register a company at some point in time. You know how low that can be for you. Name search is just 500 naira. To register a company is maybe 20K. Limited liability company, 60K. And a grown-up man in Nigeria cannot afford 60K. That's terrible. And he's sitting down today talking about $25,000 like it's 25,000 naira. Do you understand? It takes some grit. Okay, so coming back to how we think so highly of ourselves in this part of the world. Let me give you an example. You used a typical example of perishable goods. For a farmer in Nigeria who plants tomatoes, the only thing he knows, and this thing keeps us poor so much, just that some brilliant minds can't go into everything. And the only value chain this guy knows about tomatoes is just to plant it and wait for some people to come and collect the tomatoes and go and sell them. I tell you, the first line of production is where you can make the minimum amount of profit. You see those who do value added. The guys that make cocoa don't make money. The guys that make chocolate are the ones keeping the money. Talking about value chain. The more value you had to eat at your chain, at your own face, the more the money you make. Not the guy with the raw. I'm into production, so I know what I'm talking about. So our guys will say, I know tomatoes. So COVID has come, tomatoes will perish. What are we going to do now? The guy cannot think of, when life throws lemon to you. I'm not a motivational speaker, but let me borrow something. When life throws lemon to you, what do? You pick it and make lemonade. So so let me give you an example. You grow tomatoes, maybe large quantity. Maybe this example might not work for large, maybe it may work, depending on how much social capital you have. Some people seated here in this room, one of the opportunities I have as a young man is that I found myself in an organization where people like Pascal and co are. And when I run into troubles, I just scroll. My wife is Eloba Plan B. Any problem, Eloba Plan B, social capital. So you sit down, you say, I have these 10 hectares of tomatoes, and COVID has just struck. What are we going to do? Can you make tomato paste by yourself, locally, without having machines? Because you cannot even import machines at that point in time. So I just read about how to make paste. So as a business person, don't know about your business only. Know at least 10 ways to sell the product that you have, just in case one way is blocked by government. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Horizontal growth within the same business that you do. So the farmer that is producing tomatoes knows how to plant and wait for buyers to come. When buyers are not able to come, what happens to your tomatoes? Can you make them into paste? And then your communities, the local community, and you start saying that instead of you going to the market, you can just come here and buy paste. At least that will not mean total loss. That will mean you will still be able to gain something. If you are into school and children are not coming around that time, you please write down Anik Singal. Anik, A-N-I-K, Singal, S-I-N-G-A-L. He's an Indian. He's just an e-commerce guy because I'm also into e-commerce. So he's one of the people I follow. And he wanted to empower some people in India just to give back to the community where he grew, where he, and he invested $40,000 into building a school for the indigent students. So Montessori, high standard, academic standard, and with very low money, not free. So he now said at some point, the school could not sustain itself. It is hard to help poor people. People that are poor in mind, not people that are poor with money. And most times, just that, when people are poor in cash, they are also poor in mind. And that one is the hardest to help people. Sorry, Larry, to be mentioning your name all the time. When at some point he was very low on cash, it did not affect his men. That's when, with little 1 million, if you give someone that is poor mentally 1 million, it will still not amount to anything. You say, hey, help me. Now, the guy now said, he now sat down, gave them more money. Still, they were running the school down. I said, okay, you proprietor and proprietress, why can't you think of more ways to sustain this school? Why do you have to come to me all the time? Say, yeah, this is school now. There is nothing we can do other than to do school and to do evening lessons. He said, okay, no problem. He flew to India and he studied the families of the parents of the children. And he now realized that most of the parents are actually poor people. Of course, poor people. He said, okay, how about if we bring them in the evening and on weekends for empowerment training? So those who want to be tailors, those who want to make soaps, make candles, come and learn how to make that. You pay a token. When you pay a token to the school, they are using teachers. The same teacher that will teach their children in the morning will teach the parents in the evening. Now school is making more money. School makes more money, then parents are now able to pay school fees, double income. If COVID happens and children are not, schools will be shut down for that. You can have small gathering of adult classes and still keep things running. All we just need to do as people when we want to start a business is, because before COVID came, most of us did not learn that we could be shut down or be locked down for several months without being able to leave our house. The money I made in the 3 months of lockdown, I've still not been able to eat that figure in the last 3 years. And I realized that what happened was that because we were locked down, the distractions that normally affect our creativity were not really there much. So I had all the time in this world to think and to save more money. So, and one of my businesses was able to do delivery. And so it were just, nothing really affected us. And we're still paying staff and all. So learn at least 5 7 or 10 ways to survive if the main business that you focus on is not able to perform at any particular point in time. That is how to... Then, talking about government policies, I think you mentioned government policies. How do you handle government policies? Personally, I don't like to have issues with the government. So before you go into... And one business I do, health business, I want to produce health products. So the policies are very clear. Government says, have this, have this. Now I don't have money to have all this. What can I do? I can... Maybe many people don't know. Governments in Nigeria here have facilities where you can take your own recipes to their facility and they produce for you. And that also even helps with faster registration with NAFDAC approval, toxicology test, and all. So I sat down. And when they say information is not available, it depends on how you search. I took my car and I drove to somewhere called Kofa Abayomi. Government has a very big facility, and the guy told me, people don't come, we are always there. Doctors, PhD holders in chemistry, in biochemistry, doing analysis, everywhere with cobwebs. People don't go there to go and be there because people think that, for me to have a maybe natural pharmaceutical company, I need big machines. We still don't have all those big machines, but we've been growing. Like, we just got a factory, then NAFDAC now, excuse me, NAFDAC will now have to come to our own factory. But how were we surviving before then? Instead of you to find a way to boycott or to, to play the government, there is always a way out, depending on how well you search and who you talk to. Mentoring, who you talk to, who is guiding you. What I know is that there is nothing. Maybe tomorrow there will be something, or before we leave here, that you want to do that somebody has not done something similar in the past. So just study. If you don't have access to them, go and follow them on Instagram. Buy their book. Look for who know them. If they organize a training, pay for the training to learn from them. You will learn how they have done it. And if you yourself, you are still not able to find a way, there will be a government agency. Go to their office. These things are simpler than we normally think at times. If you go to maybe NAFDAC by yourself, the day I went to NAFDAC to go and ask them that I want to start a company, they looked at me and they say, who are you? I said, Abi, you are an undercover. I said, no. Because they say people don't come. They are the ones that usually run after people. I say, so maybe because I'm a member of JCI, I've learned some basic things. Boldness. They will not kill me if I go there. At least I've not produced. So I say, what do I need? They say, hey, we want people like I say, hey. So, and they made it very easy for me. The guy in NAFDAC that I went to meet asked me, do you have a trademark? I said, do I need a trademark? I was trying to play novice. I already read it online. He said, yes, I can do it for you. You know what I read online? They told me trademark would take 6 months. I called my lawyer and said, can you call 1,000? I said, and he's Abuja. The guy said, I will do it for you. That we have people that do it. It's actually Abuja truly, but we have them here that can do it. And, in a few weeks, the thing came out. And that's how we started the journey. At times, when you show up and you ask the right set of people, you seek the right guidance, mentoring, coaching, you will get what you need. It may not be as easy as I am saying it, but at least the end will eventually justify the means. Thank you.
Okay, so I often say that not everybody can be an entrepreneur, and that's a fact, because not everybody has that ability to take risk and even has got the mind to hold on to risk. But I would say that sometimes some people have that ability, but they have not just developed it or sort of own up to it. Well, whatever it is that you have to do, I always tell people, you need a customer to start a business, and you need capital to grow the business. If you have a customer, excuse me, already for what you want to start, then you've started the journey. Where I come from, First Founders, we believe in what we call the minimum viable product, and then we transition minimum viable product to what we call minimum lovable product, and then all up until having product market fit. Minimum viable product states that what is the value that you want to offer, and is there somebody available to pay for it now, or even test it if they are not even ready to pay for it? You get. So if there is somebody to test it or pay for it, you have started, which means that you don't need to register the business at that point. You don't need to do anything at that point. You are just starting, and that takes you through the journey of idea to product, product to company. You understand? So once you have the idea, the problem you want to solve, and there is somebody that is willing to pay for the solution that you have, you have started that business. You get. So you can still be working and start that business because you have customers, right? And as you see that that customer base is growing and there is a repeat demand for what you are offering, right? You cannot begin to say, okay, let me move this idea to a proper product. That is where tech now comes in. So you say at the beginning of what we do, even at First Founders, is not to apply tech immediately. What we apply first is customer and value, to make sure that exists and for us to validate the market. Once we validate that market, we develop the process that we translate into the tech. And I say, okay, how can we house this value creation process within a company, a tech-focused component that can now make the customer, do things in an automated way. That is the whole essence of tech startup, when you automate that value that you have created. You get what I'm saying? So I would say that you can be working and have that as your side hustle, just to check your ability to manage through that process, the entrepreneurial process of what you are doing. You can do that for 1 year or 2 years while you are still working. You get what I'm saying? And then, when you know that you have 10 customers, 20 customers for what you want to do, then you can now begin to translate. And of course, we have venture studios that you can actually, for you to, because oftentimes you're an entrepreneur, joining the venture studio helps you to become a better entrepreneur and develop a better product, right? So sometimes you just have to join a venture studio. I have a community of 800, and luckily, my company, First Founders, is partner to the bunkers. So some of our founders use your space in different states. A nice one, well done for that, really. So, and those are the things we try to do. I have a community of 800 founders and 500, startups, and many of these founders joined without any idea. From the interactions that sort of play out within the community, they generate their own ideas and then turn that idea to a product and further into companies. Some of them were working, and then they resigned from their work, maybe say after 2 years, and now face that company as it is. You understand? So for me, I would not say you should just resign your job and just get into it, because, man, it's not a joke. So that will be it on my own side. Thanks.
Okay, so wait, we have, after this question, we'll take yours. So we know we have online viewers, and we have a question from one of the online viewers. To the speakers, what do? I was given a check for a catering job. I could not pay the check into my account as it was a community that gave me the check, which I had to clear at the counter, and the bank was far from me. First, I borrowed money from my husband to make purchases of fish and some perishables on due to public holiday. And the day before the event, the secretary of the committee calls me to hold on as the chairman of the committee is sick. I am here to clear the check, but have already spent the money. What do? As this fish will be stored indefinitely. And I was unable to clear this check. Who do I direct this question to? Okay, can you answer it?
All right. I know he said he lost 100 million. Okay, the first money I lost, just before I resigned from my business, I'm responding to this question, by the way. Someone gave me an assignment to do a research, and I spent everything I could. Holding on to the document, the person just said, just go on. And I said, I've written, and the person said, just go on. And I said, oh, my story will not be like the typical entrepreneur. I'll start as a millionaire. And a few days before I met the client, he said I should email him the document. So I sent it to him by email. And I remember when I met him in the hotel that day, he came frowning and said, this is not what he asked me to do. Didn't tell me what to do, but he just pretended to be angry and walked out. And I just found out that I had done the job without being paid. Now there's social capital. There are people that you can hold on to. But for anyone doing catering business, there are some businesses that, depending also on the customer, but if it's high volume, my advice to you is don't. Some customers would feel insulted, but let me tell you, the biggest debtors are the big men. Are you saying because of 2 million you can't do my job? If we chop that 2 million, you would spend another 100K calling him. You won't reach him. So, of course, there's also risk management. There's how much risk you are willing to take. If I'm going to buy fish for your business without collecting money, I must know that in case you don't do this business, I'll eat the fish at home. I won't buy the amount of fish or perishables that I do not need. Because even if I need it, am I ready to invest? Imagine me buying fish of 200,000 to keep in my fridge. I don't need that amount. So for that kind of business, when you start business, you learn how to manage yourself. And even though you can build trust capitals, do not rush. I'm about to send you this money. Network. Just do it. I'll send it when I get home. Most times it's false. And people play on people because they know. You might lose a few businesses with some genuine people that might think they're insulted, but it's business. You don't go to ShopRite and say, don't you know my face? You don't do that. You don't go to the bank and say they should give you a loan. You don't. So there's how much risk you should be willing to take. I do, okay, like for training now, for us, they hardly ever pay us ahead. A few do, but because the business is very corporate, we will use English to embarrass you just in case till you pay. But that's because I can manage that space. And I mean, the MD of so bank doesn't want to embarrass himself because, of course, we've also signed documents. And the way I transact is, when you say, come and train my people today, I will send you a mail and say, my understanding of your requirement is sequel to the conversation between me and Soji on the 2nd of December via WhatsApp chat. It's explicit. You can't beat it. Where we agreed, I will now state the things that you said you wanted. 1, you said we should recruit 2 staff for you. 2, you said we should do a research for you. 3, you said we should train you. I will now put the cost. Now, I put my understanding, this is what we're going to do. This is the duration. This is the date. And you will sign. Otherwise, I won't come. Of course, after some time, I get used to some people. And I mean, this is just training where I'm giving you cerebral knowledge. Imagine you are buying fish or you are buying tomatoes and you now have to buy it. And now they say chairman is sick. The person that sent you, they'll say he has moved with the husband to Oshogbo. The new person will say, I don't know. It happens every time. So reduce the probability of that happening, as much as you can. Because business is the risk is high. No matter the business, the risk is high. So you must, as much as you can, minimize the risk of something going wrong. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
I think now this person needs an immediate solution because she already bought. So I think maybe there are 1 or 2 other ways she can recoup her husband money because Yoruba sọ pé ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ kíní kan la máa mọ àmọ́ parí o. This can cause marital issue. Where's my money? And if by Monday the check does not clear, is a big problem. So this is what I think. If she's already a caterer, it means people already know that she's a caterer. She's in the food business. Does she have 10 friends or families she can call to say, you know what, let's visit this weekend and I'm cooking this kind of soup or I'm cooking this kind of food. I can give you what will take care of your family for 1 week for this thing and it's 10K. If the person has me as friend, I'm a regular customer of buying anything that will make my wife not to enter the kitchen or to just give them a new taste. We try new things regularly. So WhatsApp status is there. If the fishes are good looking fishes, just snap it and say, from the way this fish is looking, because there are some fishes you now you're making me feel bad. Like I like food too much. So what I think, just snap the fish and say, maybe if she has pictures of what she has done in the past and say, this fish can move from what you are seeing now to this and put before and after and say, you can have a plate of this with 40 pieces of fishes, 30 pieces of fishes, 50 pieces of fishes for just 7,500 naira. I'm making templates. Payment, how do people say it on Instagram? No, not payment or delivery. There is a funky way they say. Thank you is the validate that I'm looking for. Payment validates order. And this, then you will not create scarcity. It ends by 4 p.m. today. If it is something that can stay to tomorrow, but then the person should go and start cooking, first of all, so that the fish will not perish. Go and start cooking. When you start, because, see, if you miss the ball, don't miss the leg. That's what they say. It's already looking like she's going to miss the ball because the chairman is sick. How is she not going to miss the leg? Is what we are saying. Damage control. Start cooking. If you cannot preserve raw fish, start cooking. When you start cooking, it is easier to keep maybe cooked fish or fried fish than fresh fish. So at least fry. If all you can do is to say, I have this fried fish. Using myself as a typical example, I will still buy fried fish from you. If I know that at least it will save my, and it's what I was trying to tell this man. At times, we focus on just growing tomatoes. Do you also know how to market tomatoes? Do you know how to market tomatoes that will make, maybe somebody in suits like David will now say that, this marketer is good. Even if your wife does not need tomato, you now buy tomato and take home. So the woman should learn how to market, to say, see, I fried the best, I'm the best fish fryer that you can have. Have a taste. If you buy 10 pieces, I give you 2 pieces for free as a taste. If you taste it and it doesn't taste nice, return it. They are all your friends. They will not return. See, you just use emotional sort of say, don't worry. It's the oil, you guys. So that is damage control. It may not totally solve the problem, but she can recoup. If it is rice, she can cook jollof rice and sell to families on WhatsApp and Instagram and Facebook. Thank you.
Sorry, let me just add. So I have an experience, working in a fishing trawling organization some years ago. She can smoke it. You can smoke the fish because, and this shows perspective in terms of when you have challenges, which makes this discussion very practical. So you can just smoke the fish because instead of losing all, you can preserve it. So when you do smoke fish, then you can distill in terms of how you are selling it. Now, there's something that is very important, from my experience in procurement, that I think he tried to allude to it, but let me just bring it out to help people. When you enter into agreements, you must have a contract. That was what he was trying to say about, putting things in, WhatsApp and stuff like that. That is a form of agreement. So it's very important that if somebody asks you to, which is what we don't do normally or typically in Nigeria, and that's why you see that many businesses, they run into problems because you don't have a contract. You just take the words of what somebody says. So before you are after the business, But you must have a simple process that helps you to be able to ensure that you manage the risk of your business. So how do you manage the risk? Just a simple contract. You can pay some money to lawyers and ask them, look, I'm doing this. So you have a template. So anytime that you are doing something, they sign. So what that happens is that then you will put the obligations of both parties. So if, for example, the contract that you have is that, oh, I am engaging you, and that, okay, so what happens if this person is not available and he doesn't pay? Then you have that responsibility, you pay. You spell it out, and you make sure that they sign. So if something like this, and eventually something like this happens, you are already protected. So when you put all these small things, as a CEO, you must have a contract, no matter what it is, and it must be signed by both parties. Let somebody that has that legal knowledge help you, or somebody that is good or conversant in commercial discussions help you to be able to craft that simple stuff, and that one helps you. Then just do smoke fish. It will not spoil. You will sell it.
Thank you. You want to say something?
I know time is spent. Just hearing this discussion, please, I'd like to add, not only just the CEO, every human being should invest in learning how to sell and market. It's a skill we all need, selling and marketing, because all of these issues we're discussing, really, you must learn to pivot. Life, the way it happens, things always go wrong. And sales and marketing skills helps you to see what other opportunities one can quickly pivot into. I like to joke that part of why a lot of young people are not married today is because they don't understand the skills of sales and marketing. It's that simple. So you can apply this skill not only in business, in anything, selling and marketing, because this kind of issue, by the time you speak to one or two people, and you've heard some suggestions here of value add. You can fry, you can smoke, you can grill. Before you know it, you may even make more money and start a new line of business she's never thought of before. The other mistake we make is, do you know, for most businesses, almost all businesses, you don't need more than max 30 to 40 customers. Check. I have just about 43 customers, and we're very profitable. Right. So sometimes we think I need to sell to the whole of Lagos or the whole of Lekki or Nigeria. No, not necessarily. Because in that your 40, you will find the Pareto principle that 20% of them, they give you 80% of the money. So I don't need everybody. Because sometimes you do this research, except you are starting a business of 200 million, you don't need any basic market research. Just enter the market. And you learn from the market. So most of these startup things we're talking about. The market is the best research you can do. You learn, then you adapt. And selling and marketing will get you there.
Thank you very much. Okay. You have a question, so that will be the last question for this section. Okay, suggestion. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon.
I want to buttress on the point he made about selling and hiding, and it wasn't paid. I think I almost fall into that trap. I work in a company whereby the few staffs left, almost all the staffs are frustrated. So those left are there because they don't have where to go yet. They don't have a plan B. Now, I got there. So I got there as a youth corper. And coming to meet people who have worked for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, they are not ready to train me because they are not getting paid well. So how do I go to them to train me? A frustrated human being cannot train a trainee like me. So what I did was I went online, paid for a lot of courses, which are very expensive. And as time goes on, the person I report to, which is a general manager, it happened to be that he does not even have time. Now, at that point in my company, I was the face of the company. He has to go to the site where we do production. Yet, I still don't have anyone to train me. As time goes on, they started giving me work, which they feel I shouldn't know this yet. How am I going about it? And I complained to him. No one was training me. Then I made him understand that I pay for a lot of courses, and there is evidence, which is the certificate. It was time for them to give me a work, they would have to pay millions for someone to do the work for them outside of the company. Here is what I did. I'm trying to buttress on that your idea. I did chapter 1, omitted number 3, intentionally. I did chapter 2, omitted number 5, intentionally. I did it like that till I got to chapter 10, because I work for the proposal and business development department. So when it got to chapter 10, where you have to explain how you raise your capital and how you raise the capital, because in a company, definitely you have to be careful, and you have to state it out how you are making your capital, or else EFCC will carry you. So that is where I explained everything and bring out my formations. But you know what I did? I created a password to that chapter. So when I submitted it, I sent it as a mail. And I was calling my supervisor. Have you checked? How far? He said, I don't think we need this. You didn't really work hard on it, all this, all that. But do you know, after 2 weeks, the man just called. I told you there is password. You didn't give there is password to chapter 10 and you didn't give password. And I told him, it's not just password. I omitted some numbers from chapter 1 to 5. And you see chapter 10, I have the password only if you pay me. He makes sure, at that moment, they were having, it was a meeting with Ondo State Governor, and they had to pay at that moment. They had to tender it at that moment. So at times, you need to work smart. They know you are intelligent. They know you can do it, but at the same time, they know you are a simple person. So they want to play under your intelligence. So I omitted some numbers from chapter 1 to 5, and the key chapter which they actually need, I created a password. So without that password, if I don't give you a password, there's no how you will log in. And the man was calling to beg. They paid me. Within less than 5 minutes, I received my money in my account. In fact, they didn't say send your account details. Yes. So I received my money. And funny enough, I was a family to the company, to the MD of the company. Because when I got there, I used to tell my general manager, I can't grow here. This place is not for me. And I've seen a lot of people wandering for 15 years and saying they don't even know where to start from. I have worked for just 3 years, and I already have my own business, and I am still working there. Then number 2, let's talk about this woman that had fishes. You know, at times, giving advice alone is not enough. Right now, she's down. She might not even, we can be giving her advice and still not know where to start. And I feel what we can do now is almost everybody eats fish. And we eat, even if we don't eat, one person doesn't eat fish, we have people that eat fish around us. Let's advise her, smoke it. Send your contact. Let us buy from her. By the time 10 people here buys from her, she has made her profit and at the same time made her capital. I think that is the best thing to do right now. Just find a way to communicate with her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow, that's very interesting. So, I don't know her name, but I think you'll have your fishes being sold very, very soon. Just try smoking them. So while you were on that conversation on how you tried to make your organization see your value, we were having a chat, and part of the things we say that was wrong with our organization was culture. So we had spoken a lot about culture in our conversation. They have a poor culture, and the CEO didn't see a need to say, you just started and she can bring value to the table. So again, it still boils back to what we have said here, what the speakers have said. Have an open culture, have a beyond boss kind of work environment where everybody in the organization matters. Everything they say, anything they do, take it up and try to either bring it to the table or discuss with the leaders on top and see how that can move the organization forward. Thank you very much. So I want to say thank you once again, our speakers. So we are going to take a 10 minutes break and come back. I'll be, host organization, I think I'm in charge, yes. We will be collapsing the last two sections, so we'll wrap up on time. Thank you very much. So I'll be starting with Olusoje. I noticed you brought in a couple of books around, let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you.
Books, wow.
First, I believe everybody should write a book. Because a book is nothing other than telling your story. And everybody has a story that somebody needs to read. But we underestimate the value of our experience. I mean, that's how I write. The first three are on relationships. I'm married now for 31 years. So, and it's been like this. So the first three books are on how to be married, and you almost give up and you still stay there. And you mess up and you still find a way out. So I write about my experience. Then the fourth book was on entrepreneurship, when Resource Intermediaries was 6 years old. How to run a successful business in this environment. And a few people were like, who are you to write about how to run a business, a 6-year-old business? Well, we are 17 plus now. So I must know something, and we're now in Ghana, we're in Kenya, so I must know something about running a business worth writing. The fourth book was when I was asked to share a message in church. I'm a redeemer, and I was very scared because at those days I wasn't a public speaker, as it is. And I dodged the pastor for almost 2 months before he finally noticed I was dodging, because I stopped sitting in my regular place. And he cried, okay, if you don't want to do Sunday preaching, do Tuesday or Thursday. So I chose Tuesday, and I shared on the message, what is that in your hand? From the belief that we're all on earth for a purpose. Life is like a stage, and we're all actors. But the mistake a lot of times is, rather than read our own script and perform our role, we want to be like John or Pascal. You can't ever be. But there's something in your hand. And when you find it, that's where true fulfillment comes. That book led me to leaving banking, because I had become a general manager, which was very comfortable. But I wasn't happy. And I found out this is what God brought me here to do, to speak, to let people know how a third-class graduate can own businesses and survive in this country, as it is. So it's what is that in your hand? The sixth book is titled My Thoughts at 50. What I wish I knew at 27, but I only found out at 50. Meaning, if I had known them at 27, I definitely would be a lot more accomplished than I am. So it's My Thoughts at 50. That book was written 9 years ago, as it is. The last book is during COVID era, Leading Through Crisis. How do you function? And I love the way Plan B put it. I never did any online training until COVID, but we're doing a lot of training. So suddenly COVID came. We have to learn how to use Zoom and do physical training. And in those 4-6 weeks of lockdown, we made more money selling 10,000 naira training than we had done in 2 years selling physical training. It was amazing. First, because there was already a social capital. So people knew us for the subjects we were teaching on: leadership, entrepreneurship. So I wrote a book on how to survive through a crisis. It's leadership, how to survive through a crisis. And it's similar to all we're doing today. Be present, communicate well. Our profit dropped to, we didn't make a loss, but our profit dropped to, we're making like 5% of budget during the COVID era. So profit dropped significantly. But I was able to convince my partners and the board that no staff salary should be cut, even though they were not working. Nobody should be sacked. We have reserves from prior year profit. Let us dip into it as shareholders and make sure nobody suffers. And we did that. Guess what? By the time we all resumed back August or so, when we did, that August, we made the highest profit ever in the history of the organization, because the staff recognized that when others were sacking and cutting salary, these people did not. As it is, when I say invest, when we say your staff are your greatest asset in Ireland, it's not a cliche. We live it. We have a creche in the office, so my nursing mother staff, when they resume with the baby. So they're doing their work, somebody is taking care of baby in the creche. They don't pay anything, as it is. We have, So we have paternity leave. So your wife has a baby, 2 weeks, don't come to the office, just go and stay with her, as it is. And several other things like that. But we're a Nigerian company, set up by people who never schooled abroad. I'm local, all my school is local. WAEC is like 3 times before I JAMB, I did twice. So it's not about those things. It's not about those things. It's about and that's why there's a book called The Joy Corporation. Look for the book and read it. It's Secrets of a Successful Companies. It's not one big thing. It is several small things. So if somebody wants to copy me, they have to take all of my stuff. They can't. At best, they succeed in snatching 1 or 2. Because the success is not Soji or Yahweh. It is these people. One of them is here. Irene here is the group head sales and marketing for all of our businesses. So it's things like that. So the things we kill ourselves over, it's not important. Build your people. When you build them, cross your leg like I'm doing, they will build a business.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. So that will lead me to my next question. This question will be going to Pascal. So I need to just tell us, give CEOs, entrepreneurs that are online and in our midst, some nuggets on how to build a resilient company and how to stay afloat in this economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I do that, permit me just 1 minute to share what happened to Dega Multi-Concept when we started. It's a young business. We started March 2017. And for the first 11 months, and I'm not kidding, for the first 11 months, we had no single revenue. No single revenue. Now, when we started, I had prepared to say we're going to have salaries to pay for 6 months, right? I'm hoping and believing that from 6 months we would have started making money and then we can pay. 6 months came nothing. 7 months, 8 months. And on the 9th month, 2 of my staff members walked into my office and said, look, that they don't know where I'm getting the money to pay salary. They think we should either ask them to go home or that we should, swing into another area. I smiled. I do that a lot usually, even when there's pain inside, believe me, right? I smiled and said, gentlemen, you don't worry. I can still handle it. When it gets to that point, I'll let you know. So don't worry, be happy, just go back. And we continued until the 11th month and the break came. And somehow that first break came big, right? And then we said, okay, now that we have, what are we going to do? We don't just think, how do we diversify? And like what plan B is to create values for the business that we do. Because sometimes that particular core business could suffer. But how do you ensure that you continue to service your customers? Now, that brings to the question of resilience company. My brother here mentioned grit, and I really wanted to explain that because sometimes we don't understand what it is. Grit has resilience, it has consistency, it has patience, audacity built in it. It's about telling yourself, and I say that all the time, launching into any venture, I try to imagine what could be the worst case scenario. What are the things that could hit the company so hard that it could go down? And the question I ask is, if it happens, how do we, how do we react? Or better word, respond to it. I withdraw that reaction. Respond to it. I ask that question a lot. And so building a resilient company first is to ask yourself, what is the purpose? What is the justification for going to the business? Now, there are people who jump into ventures because they believe that is the trend. People are making money. So let me get into that. I have a friend who felt there was so much money in real estate, right? And he got some money, he just got some put together, got a few lands in Port Harcourt and said, let's go and market it and sell it. 1 year down the line, he had to run away. I didn't mean quit. He disappeared and went into something else. So first, ask the question, what solution do you intend to provide going into that business? So there has to be, a strong justification for going into it, all right? Now, as long as those challenges continue to exist and solutions are required in that area, then that business is relevant. So that relevance will keep you going. It is very important. So what solutions are you providing? Don't jump into it because others are just doing it. That's number one. Number two, resilient business, we cannot overemphasize it. He's talked about it again. Investing in the people. Investing in the people, because sometimes when the chips are down, one single idea can come from a team member that can turn the whole company around. So we must invest in building the people. And I use the word connection. Now, the people is not about the number of staff you have. The connection you have with them, the connection they have with each other is actually what makes the difference, right? If I sit and we are colleagues, and I realize that you are challenged in a particular area, and I have an expert, am I willing to lend a hand? There are people who hold knowledge and expertise in companies because, I feel if I give you that, you probably go ahead. So, no, I'm not going to give it to you. So it's important to build people to that point where people are willing to give hands freely and support the company to grow. That's really important. The other thing, we must understand the system and the climate where we operate. Nigeria is a typical example. When we talk about the volatility, I want to go back to that. That's very, very, very important. You want to build a company that is volatile, then agility must come into play. You must, first of all, be willing to change, be dynamic, just as the trends are changing. There are people who, when COVID happened, they were praying and wishing and fasting that COVID should end in 2 weeks. It didn't happen. In 4 weeks, it happened. In 8 weeks, it didn't happen. Some of them went into extinction. Some lost a lot of money. But those who realized that COVID could come again even in 2025 or 2026 have asked themselves the questions, if and when it does happen, how do we survive? And that's when Plan B talks about living in the future. That's how companies should think. So if you want to build a resilient business, ask yourself, what are the trends? What are the likelihood that could happen? If something worse than COVID happened again, can we survive it? And the only way, again, to survive it is to understand the trends, how things are going, and ask the question, how can we, again, diversify? Within the same, he talked about the what do you call it? There's vertical and there's a horizontal growth, right? I want to borrow that. You must continue in that field to expand horizontally so that you have change. And the final thing I want to talk about, building resilient business. I'm sorry, sometimes, this might be a bit spiritual. It's important. I don't know what you believe in. I don't know what you believe in. But one of the stanzas of our Christian JCI says, faith in God gives meaning and purpose to human life. I believe that faith in God can give meaning and purpose even to your business, because sometimes the business is also our lives. So whatever you believe in it strongly. But it's not about just believing, but you must also act and follow the instructions to faith. So faith, actionable faith, one that is practical that you can see. And when you can do that, and then every other thing about leadership we talked about, communication, the vision, all those are addendums. I don't have all the time to begin into that. They will just naturally follow. But you must ensure that you are a true leader who do not only speak, but you act. And people will naturally follow you. 2 last words for every leader who runs business: responsibility and influence. If these two are not available, the business cannot survive. You must take ownership. You must accept whatever you see. But also you must live in a way that your actions influence people to be willing, like he said, to die for you, because they've known how much you've put in making them who they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Femi, over to you. You're now on the hot seat. Okay, so I'm going to ask, can you just let us know how being a leader has contributed to your personal growth?
Yeah, thank you. So being a leader has contributed to my growth because I try to replicate the good of myself in others. You actually grow by allowing others to grow. So what I do is that, and this is what I believe in, and I always tell my colleagues, subordinates, if I die tomorrow, I'm dying empty. What that means is that there's nothing good that I know as an individual that I have not given it out. Whether you have taken it is another story entirely. So if I know anything that can benefit you as an individual, I don't hoard it. I give it out. And that has been my greatest encouragement as an individual and as a leader in different spheres of my life, anywhere that I go. Whether I'm in an organization or whether with my friends or whether anywhere, there's nothing good that I know that can benefit you. No matter who you are, I will give it out to you. Even, it gets to some point that I see some people and I see things, maybe out of perception or maybe experience. Like even some of the audience here, I've been able to get some inkling of the kind of personalities of the people that I hear. That's what I do. I study people. And that's why whatever it is that you do, put in your best. You are not putting in your best because of what you expect from people. It's for you. It's for posterity. You understand? And most times, don't even expect that the people that you are giving it out to will pay you back, because it doesn't come back that way. But God has a way of making sure that whatever that you give comes back to you in many folds beyond your imagination. That is the passion that drives me as an individual and as a leader. Give your best in whatever that you do, irrespective. I'll give you an example. And so I had a boss. He's a Dane, and he's Danish. He has years of experience. Hugh Severinsen. He's now retired. Very experienced. Has a lot of. And so when he came into the organization, he was just. And so I kept on doing everything that I knew how to do. I didn't look at his face. I was just doing my job. I was doing everything. You understand? I was just putting in everything. And this is so many years ago, but I think there's a learning from that. And one of the days he called me and he said, I like what you're doing, and I've already told the HR and that you will be promoted. Don't worry. Now, this was a man that I didn't suck up, like some people say. I didn't ask for it. I was just doing the job, but I was doing it not because that is what I'm doing it for eye service. I was doing it because that is what is expected of me. And so you see, when we're talking about organizations, we are talking you own a business. I don't own a business per se yet, but I have given ideas to so many others that have started business, and they have excelled very well in it. I can tell you that. So one of the things is that of entrepreneurship in terms of maybe the fear of this or that. And so I'd like to encourage each and every one of us that in your sphere of influence, give your best, irrespective. Whether your boss is a wicked man, forget it. Do you know one thing I found out? People are always watching you. And the benefits that comes to you, it typically does not come from your boss. It comes from outsiders. One of my friends, I'll end with this, he called me one day, he said, I have a car that I want to give out. I said, who should I give this car to? Now, I looked in where I was, and I saw one guy that was very loyal to the boss. Very loyal to the boss. The guy does not know. And I said, give the car to this person. He gave the car to that person. That person did not know until 7 years later that I was the one that said that he should give the car to him. Now, he might be thinking that, maybe it was what I was. Yes, it was what he was doing, but because he was consistent in what he was doing, he was showing loyalty. He was loyal to his boss. He didn't even know that it was me, that an outsider that told somebody else, give the car to him. So the benefits that comes to you, all of us, in our organizations, in your businesses, and in whatever that you do, goes beyond what, your immediate boss. Give your best, irrespective. And you will see that things will work out for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Femi. So, do unto others what you want others to do to you. That is what I'll pick from that illustration he gave. Okay, so this question will go to Larry. What's something you wish someone told you earlier in your career journey as a CEO? That one thing you wish you had the advice before you started. He has to take it.
The reality is that when you asked that question, my mind raced back to 2001 when I actively took up the mantle of entrepreneurship in itself. And in 2000, I made my first 3 million in business in 2006. I think I was 23 years old. I used to see Pascal there in JC. I was in JCI First Tag. We started JCI First Tag with Oyebanjo, blessed memory. I would be like, it was your girl in, and a number of us from JC and other guys, we formed a club, a millionaires club of young people. And the money I was making from my business that I taught over 6 years, I struggled to make some millions because I had grown that 3 million to over 35 million. So people used to say, Larry, you now know how to make millions, so what is the easiest way to make millions? I'll just say, create something that you sell for 1,000 naira and sell it to 1,000 people. That will give you 1 million. Repeat the process 7 times, it will give you 7 million. So that is the art of making your first 1 million. And we started that, and then we hang out, we go to very expensive places, and one day, somebody amongst us said, let us do oil and gas business now. Who will handle this oil and gas business? I will handle it. I have a brother. Let us all bring money. So I brought 30 million. Everybody brought money. 8 months after, and that took me to the point where I wish that somebody told me that do not put money into what you don't understand. You must always put your energy, and even the Bible says this. It says, where the treasure of a man, there his heart is, right? That means your heart must be where your hand is also, because your heart carries your hand with you. You understand what I'm saying? So that was a very big one. And because of that, I try as much as possible to categorize everybody around me, even particularly in my workplace, into 3. I call them the mavens, the executors, and the connectors. But I like to relate more with the mavens. Not that I don't like the connectors and the executors, but I will just explain. The mavens are the futurists. They are the ones who look at things critically. You get it? And they are also people who are creative. But what I love most about the mavens is that they are conceptual in their thinking. I know we have critical thinking, creative thinking, conceptual thinking. Conceptual thinking puts the tangible on the table. Critical analyzes the problem. Creative brings the solution, which is often very generic. But conceptual turns that solution into the value itself, and then you can say it. So when I'm talking to the Maven, say, DLM, don't go there, because I'm very heavy on risk, which means that I need a group of people who run very quickly into the future and say, hey, don't take this decision. Don't do this. You get it? And if you see the pattern between the money I lost in 2019 and the one I lost in 2008, you see that it's the same, right? Because I had nobody. So since then, I understood the power of having the mavens, the executors, and the connectors. The connectors are people who create the bridge between the value that you create and the market that consumes that value. It's important to have those kind of people in your company as a CEO. Just send them out. Send them to events. Let them go to places and all of that. I think got a report this morning of 3 of my team members that I sent out to go to events. I say, oh, I got an expansion project. I think that is going to be like about $30,000 into the company. Okay, anyway, we charge in dollars in my company, so I always talk in dollars. And that's because they went out, right? I sent one to Morocco recently. She brought in a deal. What I'm saying in essence is that they are called the connectors. The executors are those who do the work. You must also have people that you can count on that do the work within the company. But as a CEO, it's important to be very close to the mavens who are checking around your decisions, particularly when you have looked at the type of weakness that you have. I'm also very spontaneous. So I've seen last year, I was in UK for a course at Oxford University for 6 months on an academic visa. So I was an academic visitor basically, and I met a number of entrepreneurs in UK and say, oh, we just need $10,000. I mean, I had $100,000. I just put $10,000 in all of them. Personal money. You understand? But the bottom line is that only 3 of them are surviving right now. You get, I've lost almost $70,000. Because of that, I had to hire a finance person in US that I pay that handles my US account. So anytime, so the mandate is that if I need any money, I have to make a capital call. And I'm sure you know what that means. I need capital. What do you need the capital for? Why do you need to do this with this capital? Why don't you cut it into 2? Or in fact, you don't need to do this investment. And that has been helping me. So the bottom line is that I wish that somebody told me, Larry, don't put money into what you don't understand. Only put it into what you understand so that I'll be able to manage it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't put money. Did you hear that? Don't put money into what you don't understand. Okay, plan B. This is for you. How being a leader has, tell us how being a leader has exposed you to being brother in your industry, career-wise, and personal development.
Please reframe my...
How being a leader, so right now you're a CEO, how has that exposed you into opportunities for your business and personally?
Okay, I think most times people actually call me for a lot of opportunities because of my position and exposure, and they think that I'm smarter than I am actually in reality, and that puts me into a lot of troubles. And because I have to live up to that expectation, you know, I became a business owner very early, similar to his own journey too. I didn't want to be a business person. I need to clarify that. I wanted to be an academics actually, but Nigeria failed me, you know. So I had to, that's the reason why I named my company Plan B, actually, yeah. So it's not a nickname. 2 of my companies are Plan B, Plan B. So when I became a leader at early stage of my life, I needed to live up to the task beyond my age, beyond my exposure, beyond my experience. So I read up a lot of things. I trained myself, attended trainings, attended courses. Now, then I joined JCI. I think we now have myself and Larry, and then Pascal is there. So then that's now, I picked up leadership positions in JCI too. You know, they give you tasks that they will not even ask you whether you can do it or not. So it is learned by doing. So and that's and then in the organization, when you do well, you are rewarded. Not financially, then you are rewarded with more opportunities. And these opportunities now give you access to people. You know, I'm not supposed to be on this call. Somebody that was supposed to be here, Jide, reached out to me, and I said, that sincerely is a tight day. I have to be in the office. We have strategy session. I said, if that is the case, I said, But the epistle he wrote before he asked me for the favor, I already knew it was important to him. And he said, it's really, I said, okay, if it is important, I can share my, Pascal knows where we are supposed to be right now as JCI members. So I said, I'm not even going for that event because of what I want to do in the office, but I'll cut my day into 2 halves. be here in the morning, then go back to the office in the afternoon. But see the opportunity that is exposing me to. Something brought me to where Jide could say, okay, of all my friends, let me talk to Plan B. So that thing made Jide to say, okay, I will talk to Plan B. Then from Jide, I got here and I said how rich my network is becoming from this afternoon, henceforth. You understand? So that is a typical example of how being a young leader in my business has exposed me to a lot of opportunities. It is the same thing everywhere. Somebody called me one day in my office. I don't do trainings for government. But somebody sat in my class where they didn't pay me and worked with the government, Lagos State. I said, the boss said that we need somebody that could craft a training for people that are working not within Alausa, working in remand homes. That they've not been giving them enough training. They sideline them. That I attended one guy's training. He's a young guy. So they were looking for somebody that is young, could connect with people that work with young people. So I sent my stuff. Can you do another one? I did another one. I said, hey, very good. Nobody has brought something like this. And that's how I became a Lagos State government consultant on training and facilitation. So pretty much like I put myself in somewhere, then people see me there and they think, okay, because you are here, then you can also be there. So then the journey has always been like that. Thank you. Did I answer your question by the way?
Yes, you did. We learned a lot from it. Okay, Patrick, this question goes to you. What do you find most rewarding about the ability to influence and make a positive impact in the organizations you've worked with? Now, this question is coming from the fact that you mentioned that most times when CEOs want to make decisions, the HR person is usually the to-go person to say, okay, I want to make a decision. What do you think? So that's why I asked that question. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, could you rephrase the question again?
So what have you found the most rewarding about the ability to influence and make a positive impact in the organizations you've worked with?
All right, thank you. So yes, like you said, the nature of my job, keeps me close to the CEOs I've worked with. One thing that CEOs, I'm yet to work with any CEO who did not mention the performance of the organization and the performance of the people in the organization as a major concern. And it's a two-way, it's a coin with two faces, because as much as the CEO wants to see the business grow, the growth of the business is tied to the performance of the people. And, vice versa, there must be that correlation between the performance of the business and the performance of the people. So I would say one of the greatest sense of achievements that I've been able to get for myself was being able to, one, for my CEO, establish that direct connect between the performance of the business and the performance of the people. And because I'm a people manager, being able to tie the rewards of their efforts to what they get in return from the organization and the business. So when I say it's a two-edged, two-faced coin, the business is performing, the CEO is happy, employees are performing, and they are being rewarded. And for me, I would say that was the greatest sense of satisfaction, because it has always been a pain point for literally every CEO that I've worked with. And I can even say my new assignment, which I just started about 2 weeks ago, it's my first one-on-one with the group CEO. It was still, so I'd say it's been a common denominator and being able to speak to performance for the business, for the CEO, and for the employees in the business. I think that has been, one of my greatest sense of accomplishments.
Thank you very much. So this question goes to everyone on this side of the hall. I want us to give in 2 minutes advice to the audience, especially. I'm so sorry. Okay. Can I have the questions, please, from those online?
No, they're saying that it seems that the question
is just for people.
Saying that those online.
Oh, okay. Okay. The fish question was online.
I told them that they said, some people.
Okay, so apologies to our online audience. So can we drop our questions online? We'll have Debbie pick the questions and read it out to our audience. So while we are trying to get questions from our online audience, I just want our guest speaker and our speakers to give final notes or final take-home points to CEOs, leaders, upcoming CEOs, and upcoming entrepreneurs. Just final words. Thank you. So let's start with Larry. I think I like starting with you.
Well, it's good to use me as starters before the main dish. Of course, you can see the main dish on the other side. Anyway, so I often will say that for CEOs who want to start anything, whether you are starting or you are there, I read a book by a man called Gary Hoover. It's titled The Hoover's Vision, which sort of expounded on the original thinking for business success. The good thing about the book is that it was written over 35 years ago, but it's still very much relevant today because it was a book that was very predictive in its approach. Everything that was said 35 years ago are now happening today. And if you still pick up that book, you still see something that will happen next year from that book. It's a very powerful book. It's one of the books I don't ever give out. I have it in my library and I always read it. But in the beginning part of that book, it says CEOs should be curious. So curiosity is the best way to explore the world and come up with the best ideas. And it's in the process of that curiosity and exploring, you will find 4 important pillars which will form, the basis of the successes that we will run into, or everything we do in business. So one is purpose. You see, it's important for you to know the purpose of your business. Oftentimes, people don't know the purpose of their business, and that is one of the biggest problems in the tech ecosystem. You see a lot of young people who just want to be founders without knowing the purpose of the solution or the problem that they are trying to solve. And you see them doing the same thing everybody's trying to do, and then they get to a certain glitch, then they are off the hook. You see them raise so much money, $28 million. After 4 years, they are off the grid and all of that. It's a very big one. For me, as an entrepreneur, these are, because maybe I've learned very hard lessons, it makes me to sort of understand these things better. Purpose. Second is vision. So you must have a vision that is dynamic and continues to change with time and environment. Because as time changes, technology, everything, the habit of our consumers and stakeholders will change. The vision must change like that, but must be progressive and consistent with the purpose. And he said, third, clarity. He said clarity is the most important thing, that if you are not clear about what exactly you are doing and where you are headed, then you'll be doing business for survival and not for revival, and which is very important. Those who do business for survival are doing it because they are thinking about the revenue and not the actual solution or value that they bring to the table that will run for over a period of time. Mention from statistics that businesses that are successful are businesses that have done up to 40 years. Are we thinking about that as a CEO? Would you sit down and make that projection and say, My business that I'm building today will it last the next 40 years. But one thing that will make you know that that business can last for 40 years and over is that clarity. And the last one, which is an important pillar, he said, whatever it is that you are doing, after you have sought clarity, you should remain consistent. And I realized that everything that has brought me to where I am today, is because of consistency. What I'm doing today, I started doing it since 2000. Shola Elawere knows my story, and he knows where I knew when I became a millionaire. So that's why, as I'm saying those things, it's a witness to some of the things that I've said here today. But the good thing is because I've been very consistent. So the relationship that I've built, I can call anybody and say, give me 100 million. I'm serious. They will not think about it. I've tried it a couple of times where I call my friends in the US and I say, can I have $20,000? Okay, I'm raising a $10 million fund that I'm going to start investing in startups from next year. And one of my accounts in America was sort of stuck. And I needed $100,000, which is from 1% of the fund. Because when you are raising venture fund, you have to contribute to 1% of the money before the LPs, limited partners, put in their monies, all of that. And I was just $20,000, short at that time. And I called the first person, and I just said, Larry, do you need the entire 100, or I should give you, it's just the 20 that you need? And just to show you the power of social capital and being consistent with what you do. When people know you with something, what it does for you is that it helps people to earn trust, because they know even when you fail, you will stand up again doing that same thing that you are doing. Maybe not using the same approach, but because you have understood purpose, you understand, you will do that thing, and that takes us back to the horizontal line of that value chain. So that would be what I would say.
That breakfast was really loaded. Okay, Patrick, what's your advice to leaders and CEOs, especially young ones?
I said
2 minutes, please.
Yes,
Thank
I said I have the easiest job here. Being that, I'm not a CEO myself, but I work with CEOs. All right, so I'm going to just do something. I've been taking note of what all the CEOs here have said, and I plan to just wrap it up with a brief recap of some of the nuggets. Like I said, it's easy when you know your job, and I will stick to my job.
Okay, so we'll come back to you then.
Okay, that's
I think
better.
We'll come back to you then. So when you're taking conclusions.
All right.
Okay, plan B.
Thank you so much. So I will divide my advice into two, for the aspiring entrepreneurs and for the emerging entrepreneurs. For the aspiring entrepreneurs, the simple advice from my very small experience as a small business owner is that the big ideas are not in big places. Your big ideas, life-changing ideas, are in places you least expect. So look around you, be curious, ask questions, look at already existing products. What can you do? How can you make them better? How can you repackage? How can you just add a little value to it and then start making money from it? Look, even tech. Look at Piggyvest. Look at another one that looks like it. Look at Tangerine. Look at all of them. They just have one other feature added, and then a new tech company is launched. Just think simply. Don't go and do a Harvard strategy session because you want to have small business. Your small business idea can come from even observing young children as they are playing. So people are launching very fantastic businesses from simple ideas. For emerging entrepreneurs and current entrepreneurs, please note that you will have different problems at different stages of your business. When you are starting, it will be about customers. It will get to a place, it will be about staff. I was discussing with Patrick and Mr. Soji the other time outside. As me, the tech department of my office, they are a biggest headache. And he just told me that, see, you are not alone. That is the problem we have. And he spotted also an error in the process. So that is a big headache for me. Profit is not an headache any longer because I'm still able to feed my family and I pay salary at the right time. And I pay rent for the office, stakeholders, not owing anybody. But problem now is keeping talents of these tech guys who want to work for Amazon and Facebook and still want to work for a small company like me. And I cannot pay what Facebook pays. I cannot pay what Amazon pays. But somebody already bailed me out. The two of them already bailed me out with some ideas. So, before the problem for the next phase of your business is going to happen, be there and tackle the problem ahead. If I had known that I would face this, and the problem is actually delaying some of the projects that we should have launched. And that is a loss. Loss is not the money that goes away from your pocket. Loss could also be money you are supposed to have made that you are not making for some circumstances that you can control. You understand? So, for different stages of your businesses, you will face different problems. Note those problems ahead and look for solutions. Be proactive enough. I don't need to list all the problems. You know them. Capital, staff, location, packaging of your product, partners, government policies. The next phase you are going into, ask for the policies for that stage. Don't get there and then be having issues with government. Government, they don't send anybody. They will run you down and they don't even know. It's just another statistic for unemployment. So don't even try it, especially if you're in Lagos. Don't try it. Know what the next phase of your business requires and then solve the problem ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bambi. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Knowledge is very powerful, and there is no single individual that has absolute knowledge, and that's why, I mean, I've been very privileged to, and I've learned a lot. So what we are sharing today comes from years of experience, whether working in an organization, having strategy sessions with different people. So I've taken a lot of learnings from this, but I just like to mention two things. One is perspective. Perspective. You see, perspective as a leader and as a CEO is very important. So, for example, I will give a classical example. Look at the question that the fish lady asked about. I always tell the people around me and my team, there are different ways you can skin a cat. Different ways. You see, when we have a problem, the first thing that we always think about is that this problem will destroy me. No. You must have an open perspective to problem solving that helps you to be able to identify what are the alternatives. I like what the name of his company, and he told her, Plan B. As a CEO, you must have not only, and as individual, as a leader, you must not have a plan A, you must have a plan B, and you must have a plan C. It's something that is intentional. It's something that you must be deliberate about. It's something that you must think through, right? So when challenges come, as they will come, your first and our first attitude should not be, oh, this thing will destroy me. It should be that, what are the options? So in weighing your options and in taking decisions, one of the things that have killed many organizations, and it's been the bane of some CEOs, is that of risk assessment. When you're taking decisions, you must be able to do a risk assessment. Forget all the big words like the SWOT analysis. The SWOT analysis is good because look at the strength, weakness, opportunities, and the threats. But what you do is that simple things that you're doing in terms of your decision, just do a risk assessment. What is the risk? I like what he said. He always gives an assessment of what is the worst thing that can happen, but go beyond the worst thing that can happen. Look beyond that. Okay, this is the worst thing. How can I get out of this worst thing? Let us assume I'm taking this decision. I'm putting all this money there. Now, instead of putting all this money, can I start with the little things? One thing that I do, maybe that's one of the things that I've not, is that, and I try to tell people, is that when you are in business, don't try to put all your eggs in one basket. It's just a simple law. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Of course, you know that when your risk appetite is high, the higher the risk, they always say the higher the returns. But in some cases, it doesn't work out that way, right? So, perspective. Let your perspective be dynamic. Let your perspective be unique. Let your perspective be engaging. Let your perspective be that of one that seeks for knowledge, like they have rightly said. Let your perspective be the ones that seeks to be able to know, all right, this is what to do next. This is how I will do it. Yes, I've fallen now, which is the resilience that we're talking about. He has shown resilience. You see that he has fallen many times, but each time he's able to identify opportunities and is able to use those opportunities to be able to bounce back, right? So whatever it is that we are doing as a leader, as a CEO, you must be able to have a perspective that is positive, always. And that's what you see that helps us and helps your organization to be able to get back on track every time that you fall. He talked about future thinking. That's what perspective also helps us to be able to see. It helps you to give a clear vision of where you want to be in the future. And I believe with this little one, we'll be able to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So,
my advice to CEOs are two. First, I'd like to advise you to be you. You can learn all you can from every other leader or CEO, but don't lose your identity. I'm sure listening to us since morning, you'll see we're all similar but different as it is. Because sometimes that's a mistake we make. You want to be like somebody. You can't be like somebody. There's only one of that somebody. All right. So just pick a bit from everyone, what works for you. A second advice is to recognize that your staff are human beings. That's why lately, actually, the department that oversees staff has moved from being called human resource to be called people and culture or talent management. Because human resource looks at human beings like table and chair and generator, but they are human beings. And so you must learn to be a good leader that motivates. The challenge with motivation is personal. This room now, some people think is too cold, but some think it's hot. So if you are my staff, and I think increasing your salary is what will motivate you, the high performers will be demotivated because they are aware of staff who are not pulling their weight, who also got salary increase. Right. So my attempt to motivate actually demotivates. Then who is paying our salary? The high performer. The guy stopped performing. He said, why should I kill myself? Even this one that I know doesn't do anything. Got salary increase. So the business begins to go down. So to help you motivate people, there are 4 things you need to note. Every human being is motivated by 4 things. It may differ in variation. Every human being is motivated by 4 things. First thing is the drive to comprehend. Every human being is curious to learn new things. So create in your organization maybe a TGIF that takes people to places they will never go on their own. So when you do some of those TGIFs and you say, okay, let's go and eat in a restaurant, some of your staff will never enter that restaurant because they think it's too expensive, but they will enjoy the experience. So, okay, let's take a train ride to Abeokuta. I did that recently and I was shocked. Out of 70 staff that we took, 85% had never taken a train to Ibadan. To Abeokuta. It was strange. 90% had never been to Abeokuta. It looks like how? But the experience, that's a drive to comprehend. Because they comprehend things that you hear on the call. They are calling family. I'm on the train. We are to Lumon now. So that excitement, money can't buy it. So every staff has a drive to comprehend. Every staff has a drive to acquire. Everybody wants to own something. It may not be iPhone. I want to get a better phone. I want to live in a better place. I want to buy a platform shoe. So you must create the capacity to pay your people well enough to acquire. Right. Not just survival. They should be able to acquire. The day the fuel price went up, that day, we created a cost of living adjustment and paid all staff monthly from that day. Something to adjust to that. Right. We've always had flexible work. It was 1 day per week. The day that fuel thing happened, in my office now, you work 3 days in the office, 2 days out. Right. So that instant response. So they know that, how are these people thinking of us like this? They will die for the business. Right. That's the reality. It cost us money, but guess what? This July is our best profit in 17.5 years. Wow. The months they increase fuel and we say, okay, we pay more. In 17.5 years, July has been the best revenue ever. Profit, not revenue. I can't explain it. I can't explain it. So this thing, so that drive to acquire. Then 3, the drive to belong. Every human being wants to belong. I don't want to work in a place where it's like it's work that brought us here and they are aligned. So you must create avenues for people to disagree and not take it personal. For people to have differing views. That culture must be there. That I can stand as MD and say we're going here and someone says, sir, I don't think we should. Regardless of level. So people must be able to speak and express themselves. That's how an intern can speak where he is. That culture is not common. Right. So if you want to grow as a CEO, that's how you motivate people. Because they will see that here, we're in a company in Nigeria, but it's like we're not a Nigerian company. You understand? So when he says faith, so when they say there's a casting down, here we in my company, we are lifting up. And they can feel it. Wow, okay. You know, 4th is the drive to defend. The drive to defend must also be there. And that, you see, today I don't know about everybody else. This is 2 other notes. There's one in my pocket. I've written three sheets of what I've learned. So it's not just the giving. I'm also picking. So a CEO must be a learner. Never get to a stage where you feel you are already writing $100,000. I haven't reached that level. But that is 100,000. People are writing $1 million. So he's a small boy to the $1 million. So there's no limit till we have no more breath. So you only stop when you are dead. You understand? If you follow me and see me online, people are like, how can a 60-year-old man be like this? It's just a number. This is just a number. And that's what fuels me until I can't do it anymore. I'm just a 25-year-old man with 35 years old experience. Thank you.
25-year-old man with 35 years old experience. Thank you. Okay.
All right. People were saying, I wish my boss was like.
Yeah.
Even me, I wish my last boss.
And this can be verified. You can speak to any of my staff.
We believe you. You are 60 years old. You can't be lying. All right. First, I've learned a lot as well today. I've really learned. It's been long since I had this kind of rich panel. So I've really learned a lot today. To start with, this is awful. Everybody doesn't have to be a CEO. Full stop. Yeah. Now let me move on. If you want to start a business, you want to be an entrepreneur, or you could be the CEO and not be the owner, what you should do is learn as much as you can. Get knowledge. With all you can, get knowledge. Learn. We still have the internet. I mean, we've moved to AI and chat GPT, but we still have the internet. It's amazing what you can get from books, from online sources. It's amazing. I was somewhere once, they brought a book to me. It was where my office is, I'm surrounded by a lot of IT guys, so nobody was interested in the book. It was on strategy. So I was pricing with the seller, and we're haggling over the price. I said, give me your Oga's number, let me call him. Since you say you can't give me a discount. I never met him before. And I spoke to the Oga. I said, hello, sir. This guy you sent, he doesn't want to sell your book, so he's a bad guy. You should sack him. The guy said, eventually I bought the book. Nobody was interested. That week, I got a call. I made about 2 million. Everything I got was from that book. So that means there was 2 million just passing. And my office is on the 5th floor. Past first floor, second, and it came to me. No matter what you are going, there are people, there's nothing you are doing that is new. Somebody has done it before. You can only improve on it, innovate on it, make it better. But you need knowledge. So always seek knowledge. No matter how you are doing it, it can be better. No matter how much money, he's here. He's obviously learned some things today. I mean, he's calling figures. Some people are saying, if I just hit 100,000, but there's always a next level. There's always a next level. I met someone when I just started business, and he said, very rich client, somewhere on there, he said, once my money is reaching 100 million, I start falling sick. 100 million. He said he just starts falling sick. His temperature. I had barely made $1 million at the time. So there's always another level. So get knowledge, get a mentor. Get someone that has gone before you. I didn't know all of these things I'm telling you now, so I made a lot of mistakes. So avoid all of that. One of the mentors I have, fantastic people. Some of them are not richer than I am. They just know some things that I do not know, and they guide me in that path. Okay, that's one. Two, you want to be a CEO, an entrepreneur, a business person, whichever category you fall into. Seek to add value. Don't start by saying, when I make my first million. I can't explain it, but you won't succeed. People that start business for money, they don't succeed. They would go far, but they will never get to that their desired. Seek value. If money is your drive, you won't put in enough to get what you want. I can't explain it. As per me, I like money, I'm going to work very hard. But they never get money. Seek value. Every time you are adding value, automatically it creates an atmosphere, creates a platform where it generates a lot more than money. So once you are adding value, that's all people need. I just heard that this water is 1K. Yeah, I heard during the break. I shouldn't drink it. I'll take it home and give my children. It's 1K. Daddy, what did you bring? Sweet and Nestle water. But there's a reason why they can sell this for 1,000 naira. I'm sure you can buy this 100 naira somewhere. Some places 250, maybe 500. There's a value they are giving you. And let me tell you, the value here is beyond the AC. I'm sure some of you have ACs at home. They have a brand that they have strengthened over the time. So if they decide to make this 2,000, people will still come. I just learned the money for the hall increased from the last time to this time. Why? They are adding value. Whether you like it or not, this program is getting to some places. In fact, people are sending me feedbacks for the speaker. I've been showing him what my own contacts are saying. I said, see what they said you should do. I showed him, whether you like it or not, when this program is being discussed, somebody is going to say, where did it hold? They are going to say Radisson. They say, okay, it's not a cheap program. They probably had something to say. When they look at the caliber of the big men beside me, they'll say, okay, for them to bring this caliber of people, they must have had something to say. So once you focus on value, and value has no price. I wish I could say, if you call me now, 100K, 100,000, no. But let me tell you something that happened once. I had a training with a foreign firm, and I told them they were going to pay me 3 million for 2 days. Then they called me, I was out of town, and said, we can't do 2 days because we have a lot to do. Let's just do 1 day. automatically my mind is going that, it's half now, Abby. And I'd already, done figures. Then they called me and said, in fact, that one day, we are very busy. So join us for lunch. After lunch, we'll just take your. So when I came for the meeting, I wasn't happy, but I just kept quiet. So they said, sorry, So I got there. The lunch, if I wasn't happy because, hey, if they had paid me 3 million, I can buy my own lunch. And it was a fancy hotel in Ikoyi. So when I was done, they said, don't worry, we'll pay you so day. I trained them for 2 hours, and they paid me 3 million. And I asked why. They said, no, we still got value from what you did. So even though the time was reduced, you delivered. I didn't ask. Thank God I didn't say, instead of 1.5, can we just make it? And it's the same thing that drives me. I'll conclude this. If I'm training for a day, an hour, you're paying me 10,000, I'm training you for free, I don't reduce my quality. Because you never know where they are calling you. You never know who is there. You never know who is listening. You never know who would hear what you said after the time. So focus on getting knowledge to make yourself good and your business, and focus on adding value. You can't lose if you focus on those two things. Thank you.
Thank you. All this add value. Value is very important. Pastor.
I should just smile?
No, you are giving us dinner. We started with breakfast, then dinner.
I'm not qualified to give the dinner. The dinner has been served. This one is closing prayer. Okay. Wow, what a day it has been. There is an African proverb that says, no matter who you are, the moment you leave the room and step out, you will see the sun. It sounds very easy. I mean, what does it take to leave the room? But you see, there's a message in that. Leaving the room to go see the sun is not easy. It's not just waking up, getting up from your seat and walking out. We've been asked to advise, budding entrepreneurs and existing entrepreneurs. That journey of getting up from your seat and leaving the room, you have to take it. If you don't, you will never see the sun. It's not that simple. It's not that easy. That's very important. So if you want to succeed as an entrepreneur, there are processes. I read a book and I developed a training in what entrepreneurs with growth mindset do different from those who have the fixed mindset. For you to succeed as an entrepreneur, you must have that growth mindset. And grit has been mentioned, resilience has been mentioned, right? But that consistent curiosity, I wanted to come back. I mean, when I go into coaching, that's one question I keep asking, how curious are you? The curiosity is what drives your adventure. If you're not curious, you just won't get anywhere. It is continually questioning yourself, the status quo, what is happening, to say, what more can happen? What more can we discover? That is that curiosity. It's very important. I'd like to give what I call the 3 Ps. I'm sorry, my area is leadership. I use those. The 3 Ps for every leader, for every entrepreneur. The first P represents people. And by people, I don't mean the numbers. I was so happy the kind of results he's sharing with us. He said you can confirm it. These are things that he's not just saying them, they are there. And he is able to say that confidently because he understands his people. And not just a number, you could have the 15,000 or 12,000, you could have maybe 138 core staff, but you are connected with them. You can as well have the 138 and maybe only 20. So the entrepreneurs must be able to understand their people and connect with them. That connection is very important. So the first P is people. How are you connected with those you're working? How much of your heart do they see So they can freely give their hand, and like you said, they can die for you. The loyalty becomes, absolute. That's the first thing every entrepreneur must do. Must identify those who will work with. The other P is purpose, if you like, and call it vision. And I really want to say something around this. There's a difference between a mere vision that you put on the wall and what we call compelling vision. Vision that is ambitious. Truly ambitious, but again, let me say this. It must be ambitious but exciting. I repeat, ambitious but exciting. Now, being ambitious means you should not limit yourself. There's a saying that you should always aim to shoot at the stars, and if you miss, you find yourself on the moon, right? So you must set ambitious visions. Your purpose must be very, very ambitious. And that's why for me, again, I'm sorry to say, I don't use people as standards, role models, but I try to do things uniquely, differently, so that when you see it, my signature is on it. It might not be the best, but you will love it. That's what is important. So you must be ambitious. And then you must be excited about it, because the excitement comes from, if I am able to achieve this, what state of mind would I have? We all set goals, right? The things we want to do. So always question yourself, if I hit this target, if I achieve this goal, what would that do to me? What will it bring to me? What fulfillment will it bring to me? Once you understand that, the excitement kicks in, and that excitement becomes a driving force for you to pursue that vision and the goal. That's what it is. The last part of the P is passion. And believe me, passion is not natural. You can build it. You can develop passion around something that you probably didn't like. But how does that happen? How can you develop passion around something that you started working on? So again, you have to go in and question yourself. That's where justification for what you do and the solutions you're providing will come in. If your entrepreneurial endeavors are not providing solutions, then I'm sorry, you're not an entrepreneur. But when you understand that solutions are provided and you see yourself as a contributor to a common good, a contributor to a better world, contributor to, erasing or reducing unemployment, contributor to common wealth, then the passion starts developing, because you understand exactly that this is what you wanted to contribute to, and your entrepreneurial endeavor is helping you accomplish that. So you must develop passion around what you do. If you don't feel comfortable and the only reason why you work or do business or become an entrepreneur is the money, then you miss it. You must ask the bigger question, why you want to do it, and then develop a passion around it. And that passion, let me say this, must not just be a mere passion. It's passion that I call infectious passion. I repeat that, infectious passion. What it means is, if you're passionate about something, every team member who works with you must be infected by it. Like infectious disease, right? But a positive one. So every other person must have it rubbing off on them. And when you do that, then you have gone through that process to say, okay, this is the purpose. I have the people. I am passionate about it. Then what next? Now, that's where sustainability comes in. It is important, because it doesn't matter how fantastic the idea is. You have a fail-proof business plan. There's no guarantee that something could not go wrong. So you have to come by that repeatability to ask yourself the question. There's in JCLOs, remember what we call the active citizen framework, where you say you have to do evaluation and come back and begin to check where things has gone wrong and how to remedy it. And that's the same thing every entrepreneur must do. You must get to that point where you have to say, okay, is this sustainable? For how long can we? And then the question of processes that he talked about before. So that when you are no more there, that business can run. The business must not revolve around you alone as an individual. That is very important. Now, let me conclude. When I talked about VUCA before, we only heard from me volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But we have been told that for you to deal with volatility, you must have a clear vision. I don't want to explain because I have no time. For you to deal with uncertainty, you must have an understanding of your climb, what's happening around you. And for you to deal with complaint, you must have clarity, break down in simple terms. And the final one, again, the word I love so much, for ambiguity to be taken care of, you must have agility. consistent, being dynamic, revolving, changing with the time, asking the question, curiosity, all the time, what's happening? What's happening in the industry? There are people who operate in industries, but the truth is, things happen and change, they don't know. They don't know. There are people who probably had the invitation to come here at no cost, free, but they're not, they're somewhere doing something else. We may not be the best of experts, but there's no way person who had listened to this who cannot say, oh, I'm taking 1 or 2 nuggets away that will help me. Even myself now, I've also made notes like he did. And then the network. I mean, some of us are meeting for the first time. Some probably some years we didn't meet, and some are regular faces. However you look at it, the network that you are building, it's one that you cannot buy with money. In conclusion, every entrepreneur must understand, and I use this word a lot, you know, there's a word called benevolence. You know, for us here, we're talking about charity, agape love, and all of that. But the Japanese have told me that benevolence means distress, pain. Pain. And what that means is, when you understand something that causes you pain, what do? You do everything to take away that. If you say tumor, you get a surgery. Anything that causes you pain. So every entrepreneur must anticipate and expect pain. That pain is what triggers you to continue to ask the question, what more can I do to get this cleared? So everything, I wish all entrepreneurs distress, but one that will trigger that innate, you know, curiosity and question to help you come out, not only for yourself, but for everyone around you. So I wish all of us distress as entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for the speakers? So, to the gentleman with the most easy task in the room, he understands the assignment.
Oh yes, I understand my assignment, and when you do,
your job is easy.
My job is easy. So again, I have the easiest job, but you know, I want to just thank the speakers. They've done more than justice to this topic. It's been a 3-course meal, like you said. We started with appetizers from the Larry, and then we went to the main course. So permit me to serve the dessert, isn't it? So I'll just do a brief recap of the salient points, you know, each of the speakers, our esteemed speakers, talked about, just to wrap up the conversation for today. Lanre emphasized very heavily on, you know, the things that helped him succeed. He emphasized heavily on being a visionary CEO, the importance of being visionary, and also the importance of having social capital to be able to call on and leverage on. One other key nugget he left with all of us was that as a CEO, don't put your money into what you don't understand. He shared stories of how he's gotten his fingers burned, you know, in times past by not following that principle. He shared the process of the entrepreneurial process, where he said it starts with an idea. The idea leads to a product, and the product leads to a company. Ochuko talked about entrepreneurial mindsets. He said it's all about taking ownership. He did not just talk about the entrepreneurial mindset, he also mentioned the intrapreneurial mindset that even those of us who are not entrepreneurs should have. He also mentioned the importance of risk management as a CEO, the importance of getting knowledge, and also how important it is to focus on value and not money. Pascal, he mentioned that, you know, being a CEO is all about not just having theories, but being able to deliver practical deliverables, practical results. You know, he made it akin to hard work, or, you know, he mentioned the heart, the head, the hand, and the habits, exactly. So he also mentioned the importance of being resilient, taking responsibilities, having a growth mindset. And I must say also, there may be some common denominators that permeated the entire conversation, just to put it out there, that, you know, some of their experiences, you know, were shared. And then he wrapped up by talking about, you know, the 3 Ps, being people, purpose, and passion. Plan B. He started off by mentioning the importance of creativity, innovation, and flexibility as part of the mindset that every CEO should have. He also talked about the fact that every successful CEO should be able to live in the future while still being here in the present. He also wrapped up by saying that it is simple ideas that lead to big businesses. And then he also, also briefly mentioned on the common denominator of looking out for opportunities and also leveraging, being able to leverage on your network. Femi started his, he mentioned that the mindset that's necessary for every CEO is that they should be a change agent. He also emphasized the importance of institutionalizing succession planning within the organization, that every CEO should ensure that their success is able to outlive their personalities. He advocated that CEOs should give their best, and he also talked about the importance of perspective for a CEO. Mr. Soji, he left us spoiled. In fact, he made my job the easiest. He gave me, I literally say I'm spoiled for choice on where to start and where to say he ended it. But he mentioned a lot of things. He talked about leadership. He talked about results. He talked about the importance of every CEO having a mentor. He talked about the importance of every CEO, everybody being able to sell and market. He emphasized the importance of building people as they in turn will build the business. He emphasized also on the need for every CEO to be authentic. They shouldn't lose their individual identities. And as he said, he also said that your staff are people. And he wrapped up with the importance of motivating the people, motivating your people. And he gave the different dimensions of what motivation represents to employees. So I think I've delivered on my own assignment, isn't it?
Thank you so much. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, I want to say it has been an interesting conversation since we started. Thank you once again to all our speakers, and thank you, our guest speaker, for gracing us. Again, we need to say a big thank you to Emages. Yeah, please come put our hands together for them. The entire team of Emages, thank you so much. We've all learned a lot of things, and I'm sure our speakers online will be so excited. And again, it's on YouTube, so we can always go back on YouTube and rewatch this show, and we can download it, like, share, comments, and I'm sure if you put questions out there, our speakers will also want to respond to your question. At this junction, we'll be calling on the Chief Master, the CEO himself and Chief Servant of Emages. Thank you so much. Omotayo.
All right. I don't know what I can say, but let me start by saying a very big thank you. And before I make my statements, right, I would like us to give all the speakers a very big round of applause. Thank you. Larry, you know where we started from. I know one day I'll have the opportunity to tell your story. However, viewers at home, people present here, there is something that resonates these speakers. Among these speakers are people that I've watched ever since I became a member of Junior Chamber International in 2002 at the University of Ado-Ekiti. As an observer in that organization, I was trained by the best, in the likes of Larry Messon, Abodun Robert, Steve Akadri. And I must say this, when I made that decision to become a member of this organization, I could remember I used to spend almost half of my money given to me by my mom to pay for my financial dues. And I can tell you guys, all those sacrifices since 2002, I'm seeing them right here in my presence. And I will also say this, that among these speakers, I have not just one, but 5 of JCI members present here. We have been trained by the best, right? So what else can I say than to say thank you? Eric Gissenberg gave us a legacy. He was the founder of this organization in 1914. And today, I'm proud of what we have become today. Thank you so much. When I started this journey a long time ago under the name Gemstones Publishers, of course, as a JCI member at the University of Ado-Ekiti, I had a dream. There were things that the speakers have mentioned, and I've seen myself in those pictures. I remember when I started this media stuff as an economist. I remember when I went to University of Federal Poly Laro, where I studied banking and finance. I remember when I went to Institute of Professional Studies, where I read accounting, before I eventually became a graduate of economics, right? I never thought of myself becoming a media professional. But JCI has always been in that background. We paid a courtesy visit to the only private newspaper agency in Ado-Ekiti under my collegiate president. She's late now, may her soul rest in perfect peace, Shola Ajayi. And after that courtesy visit, on my own, I was coming back from campus when I dropped from the bus and I went to that company. And I entered that company and I told the secretary I wanted to see the MD. The doggedness, the courage. I will tell you, I'm a very shy person. I hardly talk. But because JCI went to see the MD, the lady gave the audience. And that particular day, the man took me into the printing press room. And I was inspired. And today, or let's say then, I told myself, I'm going to have the largest multimedia organization in the world, right? I was talking to Larry about our plan to start a news media agency like CNN. I always have a big dream in Canada next year. And the truth about the issue is, in every of my decisions, even though I've made a whole lot of mistakes, I've lost money. If I say I've lost money, yes, I've lost money. I don't know of Larry, but the truth is, I've lost money. I made sacrifices. I will tell you, there was a time I left my mom's house to go and sleep in a friend's house for 1 week because we had a very big fight. I made decisions. And at that point, I told myself, I'm going to make it. And that was the success story. And ever since then, it was no looking back. Larry, I would like to say a very big thank you. I drew courage from you. I know that there are some stories we cannot tell them here, right? But then, anytime we see, even at Obalinde, you remember, I would like, wow, what a great guy. And the truth is, speakers, Pascal Dike, even though he never knew, has always been my mentor ever since he became a world president, a JCI world president. So, my host, I know you are in charge of this, but permit me to do this. I just have to. Sir, I'm so honored, right? There's someone I used to call Bros, of all Bros. He was a director, he was a leader. Even sometimes when some people in my school, then in Believers Love World, came to me to say, Bros, he doesn't know how to sing, but there's something about him. He knows how to direct. He knows how to teach. He knows how to inspire you. We always call him Bros. And one day, I decided to pay him a visit at home. You know, my home in Ado-Ekiti was the other side of where he was living, Adeun. He was living in Adeparusi in Ado-Ekiti. And I went to his house, and we started talking. He told me something. He said, don't you ever give a reason for a reason, or a mistake for a mistake. Wow. Or an excuse for an excuse. Till date, I always tell myself that I will never give an excuse for an excuse. Bros, for everything, thank you so much. Vivian, we have come a long way, so I won't say much. However, there is someone I need to, with all humility. The last time I went to his office, myself and my media manager, Justin, were driving on Third Mainland Bridge, and as we were going, I said, Justin, this person we are going to meet, don't be in a haste, but be calm. We plan to spend just an hour with him, but we end up spending 3 hours. He didn't understand what I was saying. By the time we got to his office and we left, Justin said, CEO, this man spent 3 hours, 30 minutes. I said, that 30 minutes is the jara. Sir, there is no dull moment when I come to your office. You bring out everything. Your words ignite something in me, and I can tell you that all those times I come to your office has always been a moment with you, sir. Mr. Femi Olaojo, a very big thank you. At this junction, I would like to say thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the viewers at home, people present at the other side, the online viewers. It has been a wonderful moment. It has been a great opportunity. And what else can I say than to say a very big thank you? The only thing I can promise, this is the beginning. Like I said from our opening section, we are bringing something that is new. We are not just focusing on the leadership, on the management aspect. We are also looking at, in the innovative world, we are looking at artificial intelligence, we are looking at business intelligence, we are looking at a whole lot of areas that we can create a change. I looked at the 21st century, a whole lot of things are actually changing. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? It's a very big question. CEOs in the past, CEOs in the future, what is going to be our legacy? Fela Durotoye, the famous Fela Durotoye said, in my lifetime, I want to throw these questions to all CEOs, all top executives here and also out there. What will upcoming CEOs, people you refer to as entrepreneurs, how would they define your lifetime? A time will come, they are going to take up the space. A time will come, Larry, I don't know if there is going to be another value in respect to what you are making, but somebody somewhere, a CEO is going to come that, look, he's going to mention figures. The truth is, are they going to reference you? That's the question. Are they going to reference us? In my office, sometimes when I look at my staff, we are not much, but I always try to reflect myself in them every single day. Even though sometimes they can be so annoying. Yes, and that's the truth. I would want to wrap up this. Yesterday night, I slept about, I slept about 12 midnight. I was chatting with some of the speakers. Mr. Patrick, so sorry I could not send the link yesterday night. I was working with my guys to ensure that I get all the necessary information. I woke up 5 a.m. this morning, and my wife said, oh, after this night, after today, you will have a good rest. No, I always say this, we just moderate sleep. A whole lot of people will be expecting more, and more we are going to bring on board. At this junction, I'd like to say thank you so much. As you go back to your home, may the grace of God continue to follow you in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's quickly have pictures.